Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay, seems like things are coming through okay. Image working. Order and everything. Yeah, I think we're good. I'm going to be starting in just a second here. Hope everybody's doing okay today. Okay, I think I'm basically all set up. So welcome everyone. Hope you're having a great weekend. Thank you again for all the support on the previous streams. The Dark Souls 2 stuff is coming along really nicely. I've been really enjoying the playthrough. We spent some time going through the Shrine of Amana on Thursday, and that was definitely a lot of fun. Pretty eye-opening. It's definitely a pretty frustrating level in some regards, but also very beautiful, very well designed. It's kind of helped me both empathize with people who have issues with that level, but also kind of find a renewed sense of appreciation for what it accomplishes. We also finished going through the Kaguya versus Pain Brutal Honesty video last week, which was amazing. I really appreciate everybody sticking through for the duration of that. I know we've been talking about Kaguya versus Pain for quite some time. And it was definitely very satisfying to finally get to the end of it. Although there still is a lot to talk about regarding Kaguya versus Pain. That video, I think, was a great starting point because it does cover all of the major arguments that I've heard, and obviously a lot of those things have parts to them that we can branch off and talk about in greater detail, such as, we were talking about the soul stealing stuff last week. We talked about KCM durability, about what a speed blitz is, and stuff like that. So my cough is getting mostly better, but it still might hang up, show up from time to time. I apologize if my voice is a little wavery as a result. That being said, today, as the thumbnail implies, we're going to be talking about Multiversal Naruto. We are going to be responding to another Noodles video, this one called, as the title might suggest, Multiversal Naruto. And the premise behind this, just to kind of go over it really quick and make sure that everybody's familiar with what the topic is here. When we refer to characters as being mountain level, for example, in power scaling purposes. As a matter of fact, why don't I just bring up like the versus battle wiki tier list, VS Battles tiering system. Okay. So when we refer to things in power scaling battles as being X, Y, or Z level, so mountain level versus country level, kitchen knife level, galaxy level, what we're doing is we're trying to define tiers of power that a character can output. Now, obviously, there's a lot that goes into a character winning or losing a battle against another character. It's not just about how much energy they can output. But one of the first things you need to determine is, okay, how much energy can that character output in the first place? Because unless they're using some sort of hack or something similar, they still need to be able to deliver that payload of energy to their opponent and bypass their opponent's durability to beat them. In other words, if you have a character who's only capable of destroying a quote-unquote mountain, but another is capable of is a character capable of destroying a quote-unquote galaxy, then regardless of speed and hacks, that second character is going to have a massive advantage over the first one and is likely going to defeat them unless there's some sort of extenuating circumstances. So using planet as an example, what does it mean if a character is planet level? Well, obviously, planets vary greatly in size, even within our own galaxy, within our own solar system even. They also vary vastly in composition, in like how much of a gravitational effect they exert on their surroundings, etc. Right? So just saying that something is planetary level, that they can destroy a planet, doesn't mean anything inherently unless we define what that planet is, how big it is, and specifically, how much energy it takes to destroy that planet. So let's take a look at the VSB. It actually doesn't provide us with a numerical value here. That's a little surprising. But the idea is that when people refer to a moon, a planet, we have to agree as to the size and shape of that planet before we can even start talking about how those feats apply to other characters. I want to make sure that, okay, sorry, I had an OBS issue, but it looks like that's fixed. Okay, so getting back on topic. For something to destroy a universe, let's look at what the VSB tiering system actually says. If you're not familiar, VSB stands for Versus Battles Wiki. And it's one of the two primary wikis that people use when using tiers to determine how strong characters are, and to put them into categories to help simplify and quote-unquote objectify versus battles. The other one is Character Stats and Profiles Wiki, which will get referenced in Noodles' video as well, but primarily people tend to use VSB, so that's what I'm referencing here. Of course, if you're having a debate with somebody, as long as you agree on the scale, it doesn't really matter where the scale is coming from. I'm just using this as the benchmark, since that seems to be the one that is most popular, most widely used, etc. Okay, so it defines universe level. In other words, a universal character whose universe level is a character or objects that can create or destroy all celestial bodies within a finite 3D space, at least equivalent in size to the observable universe, via an omnidirectional explosion that covers the entire space alternately, create or significantly affect, which has a note here, a 3D universe. Let's look at the note here. Affect. Significantly affect here is used as an umbrella term for feats that don't involve creation or direct destruction, but are comparable to them in power. So just warping and distorting the entirety of the structure in question. Okay, so basically, you don't have to literally create or literally destroy the universe, but you have to be able to output the equivalent energy that it would take to destroy that universe, right? So alternately or significantly affect a 3D universe or pocket dimension of comparable size, which does not involve the destruction and or creation of space-time. High universe level, etc. So, in other words, in order for Naruto or any other character in the Naruto universe to be considered universal or universe level, this is a little distracting, sorry, they would need to be able to output the amount of energy that would be equivalent to the energy it would take to destroy everything, all celestial bodies. So that means like all gas clouds and stellar nurseries, all stars, are all black holes, all planets, moons, etc., etc. Everything in the entire universe with one singular action, e.g., an omnidirectional explosion that covers the whole space. Now, obviously, there are limitations that we run into when talking about this stuff when we start to think about real-world implications of these things. I tried to do a little research into like what it would take to destroy a black hole, and I'm not an expert astrophysicist by any means, but I'm not sure that black holes really can actually be destroyed with any of the means that we have currently available to us, let alone even something like a sun, right? Throwing a whole bunch of explosives into the sun, which is already this reaction of plasma occurring at, like hydrogen being fused into helium, if I'm not mistaken, at temperatures of millions of degrees. Like throwing a nuke into it isn't going to change anything, right? Throwing a billion nukes isn't going to change anything either. So we have to just assume that in this perfect ad for this topic, look at that. We have to just assume that in our fictional universe, it is possible to destroy these celestial bodies with energy. Now, something that was proposed to me, let me see, how much energy to destroy a sun, right? I think this was on the astrophysics, the Asks Physics subreddit. Some people have suggested that as long as you can overcome the gravitational force of the planet, like the binding force, the force that keeps the planet together, then essentially you could blast the planet apart, even if you don't like disassemble all the individual atoms within the sun itself, right? So this guy says over here would need to be on the order of sun's gravitational binding energy, which is approximately 10 to the 41 joules. 1 ton of TNT releases about 4 billion joules of energies. So a nuclear explosion of this size would be the equivalent of 5 times 10 to the 31 forms of TNT. So 10 billion trillion times that of the world's current nuclear stockpile. So I want to keep some of those figures in mind as we're talking about these things, right? For a character to be able to destroy just our sun, they would need to be able to output the energy equivalent in one way or another through a creation or destruction feat or a warping feat that is equivalent to 10 billion trillion, 10 billion times trillion, tons of trillion times of the entire nuclear stockpile in the entire world. In other words, almost 66,000 entire moons full of B-41 nukes in order to just get rid of our sun. Now, our sun is millions of times, or I think 300,000 times wider than our Earth, but UI Scuti is the largest celestial body, I think. No, it's the largest sun in our galaxy, let alone the whole universe. And let's see, how big is it? Mass. Okay, it's between 7 and 10 times that of the sun. So you would need to then take that figure that we had gotten from that post and multiply it by 10. And the mass of a single black hole, right? Let's take a look at like mass of black hole compared to sun. Granted, like these are AI generated answers, so we should look into all of these things in greater depth. But as an example, a black hole could be up to billions of times as massive as our sun. So even if we could blow apart a single black hole, some of the black holes that we'll encounter in the universe that we'll need to destroy are going to be billions of times more energetically significant than this thing that already is requiring trillions of tons, or billions of trillions of tons of TNT. So I want to keep that in mind. I want us to keep those images in our head as we're having this conversation. Think about stuff like the Ten Tails Cataclysm or the Ten Tails Biju Bomb and how people describe it as multi-continental, right? It seems certainly big enough to be blowing up an entire small country or something even larger than that with a massive burst of energy. Realistically speaking, do we ever see a character in the Naruto universe output the energy equivalent of one particular black hole, let alone a sun, let alone a black hole? And then consider the fact that, like, let's just do this. How many black holes are in the universe? About 40 quintillion. So the amount of energy that's actually in the universe is mind-boggling. I don't think our human brains are really capable of wrapping our heads around it. Now, obviously, a character doesn't have to make a big-ass Genki-Dama energy ball, whatever, in order to blow up the universe. I think, I'm not a Marvel expert, but I think there are arguments that Thanos could potentially destroy the whole universe with the Infinity Gauntlet or something like that. But it's also important to note that, like, if you have a genie and you ask the genie to create or destroy a universe, and he does so by snapping his fingers and magically makes a universe appear or disappear, that's not necessarily a feat that he could then use in combat, right? That's not the genie outputting an attack that has a universal amount of energy. It's not something that he can, that he's necessarily created or generated from within himself. He is magically willing the thing into existence instantaneously. And that is very, very different from being able to output like an energy blast or even to focus your energy enough to create something through physical manipulation. So the idea that any character in Naruto has been demonstrated to have any feat that's even remotely in that ballpark is, in my opinion, patently ridiculous and does not reflect anything that's in the series. That being said, I understand there are some arguments that have been levied to explain how this could be possible, how it could be possible to get Naruto up to that level, and I'm not opposed to that in principle. I definitely find the concept to be interesting. However, I've found that a lot of the arguments that I've heard are based on some pretty egregious misunderstandings and some confusion about the source material, sometimes outright deception and, in my opinion, deliberate misinformation about the source material. And so I want to start this discussion up again. I want to get people talking about it if they're interested. Hopefully they're interested, and try to provide some clarification and help to yeah, just provide some additional information, some context on some of the arguments that have come up. I definitely have a very strong feeling about this. I feel like I've done a decent amount of research, although I'm still continuing to research this. I still have a lot to learn. But I'm hoping that I'll be able to use that to bring some light to some of the, I guess, the more ambiguous parts of this discussion. That being said, let me catch up on chat real quick. Hey, Konakun, thanks for stopping by. How you doing? How's your weekend going? Let's see. Konakun, correct me if I'm wrong, but if someone says a character is multiversal, that means they can either destroy a multiversal in one attack or scale relative to or above a character who can, right? Yeah, I think you mentioned Sailor Moon previously, and I'm willing to just sort of take your word for that Sailor Moon characters might be. I'm just not familiar with that franchise. But yes, in essence, essentially, being universal or multiversal means that you can output the energy equivalent of a universe or end number of universes that are equivalent to our universe. So let's say Kaguya output a, let's say Kaguya is fighting Momoshiki in a hypothetical battle. Kaguya outputs an energy attack that is equivalent to, in energy output, all the energy in the universe, or the energy it would take to destroy the universe. She outputs that attack. Momoshiki tanks that attack and nullifies it without a hack, like just is able to just withstand it and survive. What that would mean is that Kaguya has universal AP or DC, attack potential or attack potency, or destructive capacity, destructive capability, and Momoshiki has universal defense capacity or durability. Now, if Naruto came along and Sasuke came along and he had a sword, and he sliced Momoshiki in half with his sword, then you could say that that sword has universal AP. Obviously, the sword itself can't be swung around and can't like cut the universe in half, can't destroy a star or whatever. It's not the way that it works. However, it has the energetic potential to, on a small scale, to an individual target, overcome universal durability. At the end of the day, all of this stuff stems back to energy output. It's the energy output of one thing being compared to the ability to withstand energy of another thing, and then that ability to withstand energy being compared to something else that has the ability to surpass it, to get around it, or to penetrate it in another way. So there is a difference between AP and DC, and hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. But at the end of the day, it all has to start with an energy-based feat. And that's why, the creation feat is included, because if I can output enough energy to create a star, or I can output enough energy to destroy a star, even if I haven't actually fought anyone yet, and I haven't tried to do either of those things in combat, you can still argue that I am universe level. And then when it gets to multiverse level, of course, that just means, multi refers to multiple or plural, like more than one universe. And you could put in whatever number for n you want. So like an nth universal character, an nth multiversal character, where n equals 5 would just mean that that character can destroy 5 universes simultaneously with one attack. Once you get to characters who actually are in that range, though, as far as I know, like I'm not an expert on like outerversal, multiversal, higher multiversal characters, but once you can kind of destroy one universe at a time, it more becomes about your ability to just break things on a timeline rather than just like continue to output things. So it shifts at a certain point from raw energy output to then having the ability to manipulate like the fabric of reality or something like that. But my knowledge kind of caps at that point. Like I haven't delved too deep into that stuff yet, so I'll hesitate to comment too much. Konakun says, let me guess Noodles is going to highball Kaguya's dimensions. Yeah, pretty much. To give you a preview of the arguments that are going to be made, the core of the multiversal argument is basically this: that there is a statement in the second data book that says that the Mangekyo Sharingan, so not what we're seeing here, the Mangekyo Sharingan, can see across everything in the entire universe, including heaven. And since Sasuke can't see people who are not in the dimension he's in when he gets to Kaguya's dimensions, then the individual dimensions must be further apart than an entire universe, and therefore they must also be bigger than entire universes or something like that. Either way, like the distance between them is greater than that of a universe, and then that becomes scaling for actually I don't even remember where he goes from there, but I'm sure we're gonna get into it. But it's basically stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, so Kaguya, right, when Kaguya uses her expansive truth-seeking orb, she's going to, like Black Zetsu says, she's going to rewrite everything in that space and create a new time space. And Noodle's conclusion is that the time space itself is a universe, and so since Kaguya has the ability to use the TSO to reformulate the entire universe, she's universal, and since any character who can defeat her would also be universal, then Naruto is, and Sasuke is as well. And since the I'm not gonna spoil the other stuff. That's the first part, right? And then it kind of goes from there. Mangekyo means kaleidoscope. Yeah, exactly. I think the Sharingan literally means like mirror, wheel, eye, and then the Mangekyo means kaleidoscope. That's true. Hey, sorry, how's it going? I'm late mostly because I'm still sickly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But I wanted to try and drop in and leave a like and talk for a bit. Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate you stopping by, especially if you're not feeling well. You know, please don't feel any pressure to attend. I am just getting over some sickness myself, and it sucks. So I hope that you will take care of yourself. I really appreciate your context that you provided for some of the space-time stuff. I'm going to try to do my best to get it right and to represent it correctly. I'm sure I'll make some mistakes. I don't fully understand like the physics of it yet, but I think it did kind of help put things into a bit more perspective, and has been helpful as I've been doing research for this video, so thank you for that. Yeah, Konakun, you're actually kind of precogging some of the stuff that'll come up later in the video with this all-knowing thing. There's a statement about Naruto having the ability to sense the origin of the world or something like that. But that being said, the main thing that I want to accomplish with this, or actually, no, that's kind of a tangent. Yeah, so a couple of things we're going to be talking about over the course of the series. The first being the definition of a universe within the Naruto world, the use of terms like hyperspace, time space, dimension, etc., and how they're all used kind of interchangeably, and which one is the more accurate, the more correct one to use. We're going to be talking about Kaguya as a character and her abilities in the Kamui in pretty great detail. Eventually, we're also going to talk about whether or not the so the story of Momoshiki, like the versus Momoshiki arc, is different in the Boruto manga as it is to the movie, as it is to the anime, as it is to the novelization. There's 4 slightly different versions of that story, and one of them contains apparently the term universe, but the others don't. So we're going to be talking about maybe which one we should be referencing and taking as canon. We should also talk about a couple of the movies like The Last and Road to Ninja, because all of them come up in this multiversal video. So I think it's going to be important to touch on all those gradually. And today, I think my main goal is to just get through maybe the first 5 minutes of the video and I specifically talk about Hagoromo and Kaguya and the Otsutsuki and how they relate to the God Tree and the 10 Tails, and how that all works. So I have this super nerdy chart that I've been working on with some scans, and I'll spare you for now. We're not going to get into it immediately, but this will hopefully help kind of elucidate the different versions of things like the 10 Tails and the God Tree and stuff like that. So we'll come back to this in a second. And then I also have, you know, some notes and scans. I finally figured out how to get captures from both the movie and the anime, so I'm starting to build up a little library of references as well as the novel. So that being said, as always, please feel free to interrupt me with any questions or clarifications. I'm not an expert on all the sci-fi stuff or the astrophysics stuff, so please don't hesitate to correct me if I say something that's out of line or whatever. I genuinely appreciate the feedback. I genuinely want this to be a collaborative process. I am just taking 1 second to set up some timestamps for the stream because I think it'll be useful to have different sections here. But anyway, yep. Let's see. Konakun says Minato and Kushina were able to transcend death, space, and time since they lived even after the deaths of the multiversal. Yeah, exactly. They're outer-versal beings. As well as, you know, basically all the Edo Tensei, right? Because they came from another plane of existence and they have exert influence on the main world. Not really. Okay, so I'm gonna skip through the first minute or so because there's just a lot of sort of jokes and background. If you want to see the video in context, you know, as always, this is the name of the channel, this is the name of the video. Go check out the video in context. I'm going to be interrupting and jumping around a bit. I think it's always important to see the video in context just in case I accidentally misrepresent something. And I just want to skip the intro. He does give credit to some of his friends who've worked on the video, which is nice. So I'm going to start from the 1 minute and 2 second mark, and we're going to see what he has to say and then talk a little bit about the those terms that I mentioned before. So 3, 2, 1.
Most complete and adequate representation of the universal Naruto
Kushina is outer versal too.
position. These debates are not young either, as I have seen one of my good buddies Nairobi argue for
Shout out to Nairobi
as far back as 2019 and
talked about his calcs in the previous stream.
Set the program result Discord. And to my knowledge, he is
some of the video footage here is a little blurry, I think, because of copyright. So I'm going to I have the like anime and the movie queued up here with a couple scenes we can take a look at. I don't know if that's going to get me in trouble with YouTube. My channel's not monetized, but I don't know what the copyright situation is going to be. So I might try to play some short clips later, but I'm going to be cautious about it, and I might wind up using screenshots. Anytime I use screenshots, though, I'll do my best to provide an episode and time code for people who want to go look it up on their own. But if you're wondering why the screen is blurry here, I think that's just because of a similar thing. It's like a content-aware filter.
Is the pioneer of these arguments and the sole reason I'm making this video today. Not only did he develop his position, but he has continued to explore and strengthen the arguments not only for Universal Naruto, but as will be revealed later, just winking the bird. Universal creation feats, obviously a character.
Okay, sorry, I skipped ahead too far. So we're starting now officially from the 136 mark.
Let's just hop right in. To begin, I would like to address all of the universal creation feats. Obviously, a character that can create a universe would be universal.
Okay, so that's our first mistake, and that's our first thing that we need to address. Because, as we mentioned before, simply being able to create a universe does not mean that you are universal, right? And this is such a fundamental point of this video that honestly, if I were being kind of a dick, I would just say, like, because this point was not made correctly, then the rest of the video kind of falls apart. But I think that would be rude. I think that would be just dismissing all the other information and the interesting points that come up. But in the same way that saying that a character is mountain level because he would be described in the data book as being as large as a mountain, right? That doesn't actually give you any information unless you know what a mountain is, you know what, like how tall that mountain is, what it's made out of, etc., etc. So a character being able to blow up a universe, or create a universe rather, doesn't make them universal, because universal refers to the size of our universe. For example, chapter 345, this is the scene when Sasuke is fighting Orochimaru and he's going to get absorbed. And he enters into this weird kind of realm, this dimension. He says, "What is this place?" And Orochimaru says, "This is the universe inside me. This is where the transference ritual takes place." And then I think there's a little scene over here where, excuse me, let's go a little further, when Sasuke shows Kabuto the little flashback, right? And he says something like, "This is my space, this is my universe." Yeah, here we go. So Orochimaru over here is getting absorbed by Sasuke, and he says, no, this is my universe. I created it. This can't happen. It can't. It's impossible. This is my own space. And Sasuke, this is such a cool, this feels like such a Berserk style panel. This is great. I love this. But anyway, here Kabuto then says Sasuke's will is eroding Orochimaru's very inner being, right? So here we have a character stating that they created a universe, and now Sasuke is overwhelming and taking control of that universe. Now, does that mean that Orochimaru can, like, punch a sun? Or that he could just, like, blow up a galaxy? Obviously not. Does it mean that Sasuke is universal or galactic or anything like that? Obviously not. Because the universe that we're talking about here appears to be a very small, like, little barren wasteland of flesh. It might even just be, like, an inner, like, mental plane, a mental dimension, not a literal universe. At the end of the day, even if this is literally a new universe that runs in parallel to our own, we don't actually have a size or mass or energy scale for this universe. So we just don't have any grounds to compare it to our universe and say that it is actually something that puts Orochimaru on universe level. There's another example of something similar where this is in chapter 572, right? Like, here's a similar space, which is inside Naruto, quote unquote. And what happens here is that this is when he's like freed Son Goku, I think, or when is it exactly? Oh yeah, so he's like in KCM2 and he's pulling out all of the Biju chakra and trying to save them, right? And he is told by the other Biju here that in Kurama that he is able to enter deeper into the Biju psyche plane, right? And Yukito says you did get all the way to this plane this time. This looks very similar to the place where Naruto fights Kurama when he's training to get access to KCM2. So what seems to be the case is that characters in Naruto are capable of creating and or accessing these psyche planes, these other dimensions, these other spaces where they can either physically or mentally go to and do stuff there. That does not mean that they are entire universes filled with galaxies and black holes and all that stuff, right? Obviously, these are much smaller spaces. Another example would be the Kamui space. Another example would be like, I think I have it pulled up here. Let me just check real quick. Do I not? Oh yeah, this Genjutsu space where Ma and Pa and Jiraiya pull the frogs into this paralysis, like psyche paralyzing Genjutsu. You see these frogs are in this like weird dimension. They have this cube, etc. And then later on, like Jiraiya goes inside the mouth of one of his frogs, and it's like a TARDIS, right? There's like more space inside the frog than the surface area outside the frog, right? Like we're in it right now. This is in chapter 381. And he described this as a barrier, which is a term we'll get back to later. A barrier is also referred to as a keke space. The third databook entry for this jutsu of him pulling characters into this little realm is referred to as, it refers to it as a keke space. It's called the Gamma Hyoro Jutsu, if you want to look it up. So when Jiraiya comes out, you can see he's actually popping out of the mouth of the toad. And there's another thing, we can go look at it if you want. I forget what exact chapter it is. It's something probably like 365 or something, where Jiraiya's first infiltrating the village, and he does a similar thing where he pops out of a frog, right? Obviously, Jiraiya is bigger than this frog, so there's some time, space, like spatial dimension, TARDIS thing happening here where he's going inside the frog, and there's a larger space inside than there is outside. So all this stuff is within the realm of characters that are not demigods. They're not like, Otsutsuki level by any means. Like Orochimaru is not fucking Otsutsuki level, especially in part 1. I mean, at all, just categorically. But presumably, just to clarify, like presumably Orochimaru was doing this in part 1, even though this is in part 2. So it's he's not universal in part 1 or part 2. Hopefully that makes some sense, right? There are ways that characters can have like little private realms, private dimensions, pockets, or whatever you want to call them, whatever the term that we decide on to use for them is. In reality, they're just not entire universes, and that's the thing I wanted to convey and make very clear before we proceed into the video. So, catching up on chat, Konakun says, in short, I don't think even current Boruto is universal. I would agree with that. Or at least, I'm only on up to like chapter 45 of Boruto. I haven't gotten to Two Blue Vortex yet, so I shouldn't comment. Maybe Shibai is. Like, I've heard that Shibai apparently transcended into another dimension. But even then, like, him moving into a fourth dimension of space would still put him inside the universe, right? The fourth dimension isn't outside the universe. It's just something that we can't perceive through our normal, like, faculties. Whatever. No way Shippuden is universal. It took something like Dragon Ball Z, its final arc, to reach universal. Yeah, and I think Dragon Ball Z characters are just, like, couldn't Broly blow up an entire galaxy, and that was considered to be insane, let alone, you know, how many billions or trillions of galaxies there are in the universe. I just think that we don't, human beings, we just don't handle numbers that big very well. The size of the universe is, as far as I can tell, incomprehensible. Like, it would take millions of years to just count all of the stars in the sky, right? Like I've done the math on that at some point. It would just take and say, oh yeah, I was maybe we could try this and see. Probably gonna get some of this wrong, but like I was trying to see the other day, like if Kaguya blew up 1,000,000 suns per second, right? 1,000,000. Why doesn't it not? So I hate not seeing the commas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 1,000,000 suns per second, and she did that 60 times per minute, and 60 minutes per hour, and 24 hours per day, and 365 days per year. She would blow up this many suns in a year, right? So I'm really bad at math. I shouldn't be doing this. But like, let's say total number of suns in universe. I should say stars. Okay, so there are 1 septillion stars like our sun. Many suns, billions and billions, more than we can even count. Sorry. Suns and moons are in the universe. Okay, so yeah, I need to do more work on this. I think my math might have been off the other day, but I did somehow came to the conclusion that if Kaguya like destroyed 100 or 1,000,000 suns every second or something like that, that it would still take her millions and millions of years to destroy all of the suns in the galaxy, something like that. So somebody who actually knows how to do math, feel free to fact check me on that. But it's like a ridiculous amount of time that it would take. Wait, FTY2A, hey, how's it going? Sorry, it took me a couple minutes to respond to your message there. How you doing? Thanks for checking out the stream. Appreciate it. Konakun says, I once created the entire universe in my dreams, so you're also universal. Yeah, exactly. And so is, and this is kind of spoiling the video a little bit, but Madara with the infinite Tsukuyomi created an individual universe inside every single living thing's head. So he created simultaneously like billions of universes. So he's multiversal for sure, right? And Guy kicked him and hurt him like a lot. So Guy's kick is multiversal as well, right? Remember that Kushina was also in mental. Yeah. Kushina and Minato both met Naruto in his mental space, and they were chakra, right? Like they actually remembered having their interactions with him, so they were able to talk to him from the Pure Land in that space. So it is a quote-unquote real space, but it's not an entire universe. Universal Kushina, yeah, I like that new meta. Sorry, as Epona says, I never get the Genjutsu thing because it's an illusion, a very realistic illusion that can mess you up. But like, yeah, exactly. The Tsukuyomi and Genjutsu like that are illusions. They are hallucinations. They are manipulations of the sensory pathways to trick your brain into seeing something that's not actually there. They're not literally creations of universes. This came up in the Suikage versus Noodles debate on Itachi versus Pain, where Noodles made the argument that whenever Itachi uses the Tsukuyomi, he is creating a 4D time space and putting, which I think he thinks that means like 4 dimensions of space and then 1 of time, and he's putting that 4D time space inside the brain of his opponent and then using it to like essentially destroy their soul and their psyche, which is sort of similar to what Gojo does in JJK. But if I understand the like infinite void technique that Gojo uses, it's more like he just takes the vast scale and the concept of how massive the universe is and puts that into his opponent's head and just like cognitively overloads them, and like some sort of like a character in a Lovecraft novel encountering an eldritch god. They just like Jogo just can't physically cerebrally process the scale of shit that he's seeing, and so he just has like a panic attack, and it breaks his brain. But he's not like Gojo isn't creating universes and shoving them into people's heads, right? He's just kind of exposing them to the vastness of the cosmos, something like that. Konakun says Bleach is the strongest of the big 3, and Bleach at its highest can only be low multi. Oh really? I actually don't know anything about Bleach. I thought it was more grounded. I thought it was just like, you know, spirits, like Shaman King, right? Like spirits and ghosts empowering samurai, something like that. Like relatively grounded battles. Search the definition of super space. Okay, let me take a look. Superspace definition. Superspace is a coordinate space that extends beyond the ordinary space dimensions, including Grassman numbers. Superspace. Let's try this. Crystallography. Euclidean vector space with a preferred real subspace. Has a dimension of physical space, but let's try this. Oh, weird. With a preferred real subspace VE that has the dimension of the physical space, usually 3, but 2 for surfaces. Superspace is used to define quasi-periodic structures. The dimension of the physical. I think some of this stuff is going to be beyond me, although I recognize Fourier because I've done some Fourier transforms for audio stuff. Yeah, this is a bit beyond me. But by superspace, interesting. I think I've seen these kanji in the Naruto video, like these characters. Maybe I'll keep this open. Let's see here. Superspace is the coordinate space of a theory expressing supersymmetry in such a formulation along with ordinary space dimensions. Oh yeah, anti-commuting dimensions whose coordinates are labeled in Grassman numbers rather than real numbers. Okay, so I don't know all these terms like bosonic and fermionic. I don't remember any of that stuff. But I guess these are like additional dimensions that are imperceptible to us. It's like this would be like where a hypothetical 4th dimension or a 5th dimension would exist, right? Something like that. But thank you. I'll keep this open and I'll look over this. I'm obviously probably not going to be able to figure this stuff out overnight. But I think Saria mentioned some of this stuff. Didn't you talk about Minkowski and certainly where was that? Yeah, the Lawrence stuff. Like you mentioned Lawrence in one of your posts, I believe. Oh, cool. Yeah, if Konakun, if you can briefly summarize this for me, I'd be fascinated. I just don't. It's gonna take me a while to absorb this, I think. But thank you for sharing it.
An idea I want to present before getting into this is that no singular piece of evidence, in my opinion, is strong enough to consider Naruto universal.
Okay, so that's very important. No singular piece of evidence is strong enough to consider Naruto universal. I appreciate the admission of that up front because it does kind of set a more positive tone for, or like provide clarification as to what the tone is going to be for the rest of the video. So again, like he either doesn't understand or misrepresented the definition of universal, and then he's outright saying that he doesn't think any piece of evidence, at least in and of itself, demonstrates Naruto to be universal. So we could just end it here, but obviously, like, where's the fun in that, right? He put in a certain amount of effort into creating the video. Let's listen to the arguments. Let's have the discussion. I think that's much more interesting than just like being a dick and dismissive, right? Transcending 4D dimensions, says Konakun. Oh, okay, wow. So that's yeah, that's sort of a mind-boggling concept in and of itself.
But I'll be providing a conglomerate and consistency of evidence to support the position via statements from the manga, movies, or data books.
Okay, so I have struggled to figure out what the term conglomerate inconsistency means. I have no idea. I think he's trying to say that there is a body of information that is not necessarily consistent, and not all of it really is consistent with the premise, but as a conglomerate, as a like an amalgamation, it presents a stronger case than any of the individual pieces of evidence do on their own. But a conglomerate inconsistency is just not a thing.
Anyway, the first thing I'm going to discuss are the statements surrounding Kaguya's dimensions.
Okay.
At the final confrontation of Naruto,
again, the blurry video is just is in Noodles' video. I think it's a copyright thing.
We see Kaguya drag Naruto and Sasuke into a multitude of her parallel dimensions, which she begins quickly swapping between.
Okay, so this is maybe a little cheeky, but I want to go great. I want to go out of my way here to let's see. I totally lost my train of thought there. Right. Okay. So let's actually, you know what? Let's do sheets instead. I thought I had one open. Okay. 1 second. I'm getting this ready. Okay. So, as we're going through here, let's do this. I want to keep a note of how many times given terms are used. So on the one hand, we have a dimension. On the other hand, we have time, space. On the other hand, we have universe. And I think we also have world. Okay, so the argument again is that Kaguya's dimensions are going to be described as worlds or spaces or something like that. And I want to keep track of how many times the term universe is actually used and in what context. And I want to also keep in mind when those other terms are used so we can get a sense of like which is more consistent. Okay, so I'm going to be keeping this tally off screen, and I think it's just easier than putting it side by side. Maybe this is a waste of time, I don't know, but I'm going to be keeping it on my own, that I can kind of bring it back and show you how many we've been coming across. Konakun says, short bleach scaling in the beginning, there was only one world with no life or death, and a character named Soul King split the world into 2 different worlds. Okay, cool. The world of the living soul society, where hollows live, and created the cycle of life and death, and in the final arc, Iwatch absorbs the Soul King and gains all of his power. Oh, okay, interesting. So then he would have the ability to like split the world, I assume. Okay, so at any rate, yeah, and I want to do this, right? Like
Naruto and Sasuke into a multitude of her parallel dimensions, which she
okay, so parallel dimensions. There's one.
begins quickly swapping between.
Okay, so we have you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to discard this, I think, because just keeping a numerical tally and like stopping the video every second to pedantically keep track of this, I think I'm going to throw that out. I don't think that's going to be all that much fun or all that helpful. That being said, I would like us, as we go through the video together, to just keep in mind the number of times each term is coming up and what those terms actually mean, and both whether or not Noodles is using those terms or whether they're coming from the manga and anime themselves, right?
Naruto and Sasuke into a multitude of her parallel dimensions, which
So he starts off by referring to them by Kaguya's dimensions as parallel dimensions.
she begins quickly swapping between.
And here Kakashi also says that she summoned an alternate dimension, and Noodles himself says she starts swapping between those dimensions.
It is during one of these dimensional swaps that we see
Dimensional swap again.
the Obito connect to one of the parallel worlds by activating his Kamui.
Okay, so parallel world again. Obito activates his Kamui not during one of those dimensional shifts, by the way. He activates his Kamui after the fact. Excuse me. And is then able to link the two spaces together via the portal.
He successfully does so, which then allows Sasuke to switch places with Sakura's vest inside of the dimension before the Kamui portal closes. Sasuke then
Okay, yeah. Now let's read this very carefully, right? He's using the Ameno, I think it's Ameno Tejikara, right? Which is the thing that lets him swap with the, with other objects. And what he says is, it's one of my abilities. I can shift myself between spaces, though only over a finite distance. So if you're confused about what that specific term means, a finite distance means that his ability only has a specific range, right? We see this in his fight against Madara, we see this in the fight against Momoshiki, in the anime and stuff like that. He can't just teleport himself wherever he wants to without restrictions. He has to be close enough to his opponent to be able to perform the swap. It has a limited range.
He then remarks that although he can teleport using his Rinnegan, he can only do so over finite distances. And
okay, so did you notice that? I'm going to play that back one more time. Listen carefully to the change that's made.
Although he can teleport using his Rinnegan, he can only do so over finite distances.
So that might seem like a synonym, but it's actually a major difference, right? Being able to transport over a finite distance, meaning that your ability has a limited range to it, and being able to teleport over any distance that is finite are two completely different things. So if I say that, like, my car, like, I have a spaceship, right? And my spaceship can travel anywhere within a 5 light year radius. Or if I say that and therefore it has a limited range. Or that I say that my spaceship can travel to any limited range, meaning I could travel to a range of 5 billion light years or half a light year or anything else like that, right? Obviously, those two things, even though they're very similarly worded, are very different. So his conclusion here is that the Amino Tejikara is capable of teleporting him to anywhere in the universe at any arbitrary distance, as long as that distance is finite. So he could teleport himself to the opposite side of the universe if he wanted to, as long as the distance he's traveling to can be defined by like an integer that is a real number. So obviously there's a major problem with that.
And the reason he managed to make it into the portal was because of both Obito's Kamui teleportation and Sakura's vest. The reason...
Yeah, exactly. He swapped positions with the vest. He needed to be able to see the vest through the portal. Keeping in mind that when a portal is linking two spaces, the space between those two, the distance between those two spaces is equivalent to the distance between the character and the portal to the other side of the space. So if there's a portal between me and like the nearest, I don't know, GameStop, right? Like I open up a portal in my bedroom and I want to go through the portal and pick up the new copy of Call of Duty or something from the local GameStop. The distance between me and the GameStop is 10 miles, but the distance between me and the portal is 10 feet, and the distance between the portal and the copy of that game in the GameStop is another 10 feet. So really, the distance between me and the GameStop, between the game, is 20 feet, right? It's no longer 10 miles or whatever I said, for the practical purposes of me teleporting there. If I then move through the portal to that new location, by one definition, in one sense, I've kind of traveled 10 miles, because I'm now 10 miles further away than when I was started. But the amount of actual distance that I translated, that I walked, that my physical body was transposed through space, was 10 feet plus 10 feet, not literally. It's teleportation versus actual motion, right? It's instantaneous travel versus contiguous travel, if that's the right term. So I've only actually moved 20 feet, not 10 miles. Let's see. Penguin says, here's another crazy Bleach feat. Aizen was able to erase a being called the Cleaner, and the Cleaner is a being who is stated to be beyond logic. Oh, wow. Okay. So Bleach is scaling pretty high then. If teleporting anywhere means you're universal, then Minato is also universal. Yeah, well, the thing with Minato is, right, well, here's the thing. If Minato places a seal on the ground, on the earth somewhere, and then through some shenanigans, like he goes through a portal and winds up on the complete other side of the universe, he's as far as possible away, would he be able to use his space-time ninjutsu to teleport back? If so, then he would have, then that ability has universal distance range, I suppose, or at least the diameter of the universe, or whatever the proper term for it is. That doesn't really mean that he can just do that on his own. Like, he couldn't throw his kunai across the whole universe and then teleport to it in any sort of meaningful way, right? So anyway, something to keep in mind when listening to people's videos in general, including your own if you're making content, is be very careful about the way that you respond to quotes and the way that you incorporate those quotes into your work, because it's very easy for them to be misconstrued, I guess.
Get into the portal was because of both Obito's Kamui teleportation and Sakura's vest. The reason this is important is because Sasuke specifically says he can only teleport over finite distances, and that had Sakura's vest not been there, he would have not been able to do so.
Well, I mean, like, he could have teleported, but like he could have swapped out with Sakura or with Obito, right? It's not that he was physically incapable of doing it with another object, just to be clear. But he does need another object to exchange places with. Yes, that's how the Amino Tejikara works. I'm not sure what the limitations are of that are. Like, if Sakura like spit into the air, could he swap places with the spit glob as it was sailing towards the portal? Or would it need to be something more solid? I'm not sure. FTG is stated to be a flight across space and time, so maybe he can. Yeah, my only question there would be like, is the space-time linkage in chakra between those two places, does that have a range, right? Like, if Naruto, like, could Naruto summon Gamabunta from the other side of the universe, or is there a limited range at which the chakra signal would work? Well, if you think about it too, like, yeah, I don't know. We can start to get into stuff like, can the characters in Naruto warp space-time in order to be able to create like wormholes to send frogs through or something? I don't know, but I think we might be stretching a little bit too far out of the range of what Kishimoto designed.
Implying that the distance between each realm was infinite rather than...
Okay, so I'm gonna leave this on screen for a second, in case anybody can potentially see the. Okay, never mind. I'm being petty, I know, but like, infant, like there's an I missing here, and we're only like 3 minutes into the video, and we're talking about the concept of something being infinite, and we already have like an egregious misspelling in super big bold letters right in the middle of the screen. Infinite. So yeah.
Than finite. An important factor from this is Obito's statement when he manages to connect to one of Kaguya's dimensions to another. That
okay, so again, like, he used the term dimension, which I would agree it's a dimension. And Obito here, yeah, infintinin. Obito here connects to this incredibly vast time space. So again, we have the use of the term time space, the use of the term dimension, not universe. Howard Brahma's here. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. How you doing today? Yeah, doing well. I'm starting to get over my cold or whatever it was that I had. We're diving into some more like multiversal Naruto discussions. So yeah, everything's going pretty well over here.
That it was difficult.
Like, I stumbled a little bit because I was trying to figure out like how mathy I wanted to get with the stream, but I think I kind of found a groove. So Howard says he's just a ratty casual who doesn't create for content creation beyond stirring a pot. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And honestly, like, there's part of me that was kind of like, well, what's even the point of going back to this? Like, it's almost 3 years old now, and I don't know if people are still having these discussions. But this was the video that I had selected to make a response video to. It's something that I would, and again, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but I would have described as the worst video on Naruto that I'd ever seen, specifically because of how egregiously it goes out of its way to deceive the audience, and also to deny information from people and to twist things. I find it like really gross and really frustrating. And also, as usual, I do find a lot of the concepts being discussed to be quite interesting. And so I think it's still worth talking about, especially since, like, somewhat recently, like, Seth and Noodles put out a video on the same subject, and then there was that whole debacle with like Naruto being planetary a year or so ago. So I think the arguments are still there, kind of like floating around in the ether, and wind up getting regurgitated from time to time. No offense, by the way, to anybody who does think Naruto's universal. I definitely don't want to be insulting anybody's intelligence or whatever. I think that really what's going on here is that there's just a lot of misinformation that's been spread, and I'd like to try and at least be one small nudge in the direction of correcting some of the things. And that if people use that information to come to different conclusions, that's totally fine. I just feel like people deserve to have access to that information, especially like if you don't know where the novel quotes are coming from, or you don't know about the movies or whatever that are referenced here. You know, you can't afford them, or you don't know where to find them, or you just like aren't interested but would still like to learn about the topic. I'm going to try to do my best to represent those things in a way that will hopefully be helpful. Actually, yeah. I'm well today, says Howard. I'm just managing my prep for the week coming up. Yeah, that's great. That's good to get a head start on things. I'm glad to hear that. Howard says no. Not sure what you're referring to, but okay. Howard, me and you should create a How Strong is Kushina video and glaze for the entire video. I would watch that. I would pre-order that, so to speak. Howard says, sadly, he never even made a point of discussing the subject when the TikTok creator Hoppy brought up the topic first. Yeah, I think they had a back and forth, right? I think there is like Hoppy reacted to a couple of his videos, and then he reacted to a couple of his videos as well, or like did a stream reacting to him. It seemed to get pretty hostile and pretty vitriolic quickly, so I haven't really invested much in the back and forth there. Hoppy seemed to be making some good points. I appreciated the fact that he was talking about some of the kanji in the Japanese, although slightly weird vibes, you know. He kind of started off one of his videos by saying, I moved to Japan to do charity work, and I studied Japan so that I could do charity work, and therefore, like, I'm better than you, like, as a person, and or somebody who just knows language better than you on some fundamental, like I learned it for more pure reasons than you did. And while that may be true, I guess, like depending on your moral compass, like making a video to start shit with people on the internet versus going and helping people and doing charity work, definitely the charity work is preferable. It's just a weird way to start a conversation with somebody. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I contribute more to society before we even get started. I think you should know that. It's like, okay, I don't know if I really want to get between this, you know. Cool. I hope that they resolve that in some sort of positive way, but I'm guessing they didn't.
To do so because of the sheer vastness of each dimension. The reason this is impressive is because Obito himself can connect between the Kamui dimension, which has been stated on numerous occasions to be its own time space.
Yeah, so this is, I think I have this up here, right? This is where Kakashi is figuring out, let's see, this is chapter 597. This is where Kakashi's figuring out how Obito's Kamui dimension works and how the teleportation of it works and stuff like that, how his body is phasing, quote unquote, into that time space. And really what he says is the time space of my Kamui, or sorry, in short, I deduce from all this that his teleportation ninjutsu and my time space, the time space of my Kamui are linked, right? So the Kamui jutsu that Kakashi uses, he doesn't have access to the Kamui dimension, and I don't think at this point he's been inside the Kamui dimension or even really knows what it is or how it works. So he's referring to the time-space ninjutsu that he himself is using when he teleports objects away, you know, using Kamui, because it is a time-space ninjutsu. And time-space ninjutsu are referred to as basically things that can move characters around in the universe to places in that have distance and time coordinates, basically, right? So the summoning of Gamabunta by Naruto is referred to as a space-time ninjutsu. What's his name? Minato teleporting around, or Tobirama teleporting around with FTG, Flying Thunder God, Flying Raijin. Those are referred to as space-time ninjutsu because they're using ninjutsu to transport themselves to a different place in space and time, right? That's my understanding of that term. It's not something that I believe is defined explicitly. Maybe in one of the data books, I just haven't seen it. But this is the way that the term is consistently used to refer to jutsu that move people around in space and time, basically. Not time traveling. It's not quite the same thing. Like it doesn't move people into the future or into the past. But space-time as a theory, like space-time as a mathematical model, is a description of how the three spatial dimensions in the universe, length, width, and height, right, are linked directly to time as a fourth dimension. So the idea, if I'm understanding this correctly, that Einstein proposed is basically that time and space are not completely separate things. They're in fact linked, and space-time as a mathematical model, as a framework, as a theory or theorem, explains how they all work together and how they are all connected. So a jutsu that is a time-space ninjutsu works by operating on those principles. It doesn't mean that you teleport around in time, like you can't time travel with it specifically. It doesn't mean that you're going to different universes or anything like that. It just means you're going to different places, different dimensions, different parallel worlds, etc., etc. Or just moving things around within the same world. Okay. Konakun says, I used to be really into DBT scaling, so universal and multiversal scaling is really easy for me. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know much about that, to be honest, but that's cool. I can see why that skill set would transfer over. Konakun says, even if a character has a space-time jutsu, doesn't mean that character scales to it, because it's like saying I have a bazooka, so I scale the bazooka. That's a good point, too. Yeah, like, if I had a button, and I pressed the button, and it activated a machine that spit out a sun, that doesn't mean that I am solar level, or that my finger is solar level because I pressed the button, right? It's about the chain of events, and how the energy is transferred throughout the system.
In the normal universe without difficulty. Not only
Okay, wait, let me go back.
Stated on numerous occasions to be its own time space in the normal universe without difficulty.
Okay, so notice that he used the term normal universe there. This is the first time I think that he's introduced the term universe into this specific narrative about the Kamui, and he's creating a differentiation between the quote-unquote normal universe and the other universe, right? That phrasing suggests that Kamui is its own universe, but as far as I'm aware, like going through the manga recently, I couldn't see a single instance of the Kamui dimension or place, whatever you want to call it, actually being referred to as a universe. Certainly not as a universe that's equivalent to our universe in size and composition. So I think he needs to use a term to describe the main space that everybody hangs out in for the most part in Naruto, the main world or something like that. He's choosing to use the term universe, and I disagree with that choice because I think universe carries with it a specific meaning, and it can be a bit misleading here.
Not only is Obito able to transport himself between the normal universe and the Kamui, he even does so from the Pure Land.
Okay, so this is one of the more ridiculous things I've ever heard about Naruto. I sort of understand where the confusion is coming from, sort of. Excuse me, kind of. But first of all, it's not the Pure Lands plural. There's only one Pure Land, right? Okay. What's happening here is that Obito, towards the end of the war arc, is about to go to the Pure Land, but he hasn't gone yet. He hasn't crossed over, right? Obito's physical body has disintegrated, and his chakra has now reemerged from that body and is going in towards Kakashi. While he is in this limbo space, this interstitial space, this is not the Pure Land. He's not fully there yet, right? He's talking to Rin. Whether that's a hallucination or not, I'm leaning towards it not being that. I think in this interstitial space, I think he can actually talk to Rin. I think she does actually show up, but that's debatable. And Rin says, I'll be waiting here. And Obito says, I'm sorry, I'll be right back. And then he lands in front of Kakashi, or like he goes inside Kakashi basically to give him the access to the DMS, Dual Mangekyo Sharingan. And he says specifically, before I go to the next world, I thought I'd emphasize to you to not come running after me too quickly. Notice that Kakashi here is appearing as a little kid, and they're still in this sort of like clear white plane. So they're not in the fucking Pure Land here. They're just in this little mini interstitial space, limbo, whatever you want to call it. It's not the fucking Pure Land. I think there's a more clear example when Obito leaves. So if I can find it real quick. It's at the end of this fight, so it's just going to be 1 second. Let's see. It'll waste it if he ends up coming here right away. So by the way, this is in chapter 688 for anybody who's interested in looking into it. So let's see. Obito says, plus it's going to keep bothering me that this eye I gave to you to celebrate your promotion to Jonin came back to me. Let's see. He's having this conversation with him. Gives him the DMS. And then after Kakashi's over, Hagoromo... Oh, what the hell happened? Maybe it's in the next chapter. Yeah, so I think Hagoromo is like, hey, it's time for Obito to go now. Something like somewhere around here. Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is after the fight. Hagoromo says, Kakashi says, even Obito's turnaround was Naruto's doing. He restored Obito to himself. Hagoromo says, then I shall ask Obito to tell me that tale in the afterworld. Is he still? And then it goes back into this plane. And then Obito says, I ought to get going. Let's keep going. The others, thanks Kakashi. We see them going back to their childlike forms. Then he says, well then, I'll be going. I've been keeping Rin waiting. Right? So, again, what happens in this sequence is not that Obito is in the fucking afterlife and he jumps out of the afterlife and then brings Kakashi into the afterlife with him and turns him into a kid and then has a conversation with that and then jumps fully into Kakashi and then gives him the DMS and then goes back with him to the Pure Lands and then says, actually, wait, no, you go back to the real world and I'm going to go stay here in the Pure. It's so bizarre, right? Obito is not in the Pure Land here. Okay. I am somewhat flummoxed that I need to explain this, but it's really, it's really funny. Anyway, let's see. Kanakun says, is it stated somewhere that Naruto world has more than one universe? I don't think it's ever stated. There's something in Boruto that I haven't seen for a while. I saw it once and I don't fully remember it, but it's basically like, somebody is talking about all the different possibilities that, like, is it Amato who's talking about all the different ways that something can turn out? And it's like, if Boruto had done this thing, he could have been this person. If he made this decision, he could have been that person, etc., etc. So the world has all these different possibilities, and there are all these different alternate worlds that could have been if characters made different decisions. And, you know, he's talking sorry. He's talking about the way that people's decision making influences their outcomes in life and closes off possibilities to them. But some people have looked at that and been like, okay, well, this confirms multiple universes in Boruto. Like, anytime Boruto is making a decision, he's just like spawning a new universe. Like, he's just like constantly shitting out different universes every time he like decides whether or not to go to bed on time or brush his teeth or whatever. He's made zillions of universes over the course of his life by just like existing. Like, no, that's not what he's like. There's no room for people to be like to speak of things in the abstract, or to just use metaphor, or to, you know, convey messages non-literally. Everything has to be like this forced, super precise perspective, which I find kind of exhausting personally.
Another similar argument is that Naruto and Sasuke can both perceive limbo clones.
Okay, here we go with the limbo clone stuff. Okay.
Naruto through the usage.
So let's just take a look real quick at what's on screen. Naruto says Sasuke, it's headed your way. Something I can't see is scrambling about. And Sasuke says he can see the limbo clone just fine, right? And their physical attacks have no effect on the other Madara.
Chip is stage 6.
Which is weird because those shadows can actually, like, the limbo clones can actually physically affect Naruto and Sasuke, but they can't seem to do the opposite.
Spots mode.
Konakun, yeah, I don't think Obito is literally going to heaven in like the Christian sense. I think it's been a while since I looked into this, but actually, why not? Yeah, just to go over this very, very, very quickly. Pure Land Buddhism, or the Pure Land School, is a broad branch of Mahayana Buddhism focused on achieving rebirth in a pure land. It's one of the most widely practiced transitions. So I would encourage you to read this. Like, we don't need to go through it all on stream together, but basically, like, it's a process of disassociating yourself from the impurities of the main world, quote unquote, the living world that people live in, and ascending to a better, clearer, pure state. Edo Tensei, as I'm sure you have heard before, literally translates to impure world reincarnation or something like that, right? So we are all constantly living in a world that is beset by and corrupted by impurities and suffering, and ascending to the higher, better plane means letting go of all of those things and becoming pure. I'm doing a bad job of explaining an entire religion or philosophy in like 10 seconds, but that's the very, very broad strokes of it.
In Sasuke through his Rinnegan. The significance of this comes from a statement in the data book.
Okay, let's read this. Limbo Border Jail, Limbo Rengoku. Perceiving this ghost is impossible. The enemy's lack of preparation calls for disaster. A person who owns Rinnegan is able to intervene in an adjacent world, an extremely distant world. In this dimension, a shadow is produced which cannot be detected by anyone connected to the normal world. The user gains a duplicate of himself that, besides having the same skills, he is still invisible. In a fight against the user, a counterattack is impossible, resulting in the defeat of the opponent even at a high level. A Rinnegan is able to cast a shadow. With a complete pair, it is possible to generate 4 shadows. Only someone who owns Rinnegan can see the shadows. When facing an opponent in melee, the shadow will stay out of the body. However, after a while, it needs to return. So just to be clear, in case there's any confusion about how that works, the way that the Limbo clones work is that they exist in a parallel, connected world or dimension or plane or something like that. And that plane or dimension is removed from the main world, the main area that the people are fighting in. However, it's something that is physically connected to Madara. There is a chakra connection between them. They can only last for a few seconds outside, or a few minutes outside of Madara's body. They can physically interact with things in the quote-unquote main universe, the main realm, right? So this is chapter 674. Here Madara is saying, normally one oughtn't to be able to sense or see it from this realm, the me that exists in the invisible realm of limbo, right? There's no mention of it being in another universe or anything like that. These things are shadows of Madara. It's like Madara casting a shadow into another dimension, and Naruto and Sasuke just can't really perceive that dimension without Sage of Six Paths power. And I think they are capable of perceiving the shadows, but they can't actually perceive the things themselves because they're in that distant world. But they can affect the Shadow Madara by affecting the... Oh no, they can use Six Path Chakra to do that, right? He says your shadow returns to your body after a fixed amount of time, when a shadow emerges, etc. So he and his shadow will likely stay together for a little while. Shadow, shadow, shadow. He's postulating the Limbo's duration, activation, Sharingan, Sealing Jutsu, etc., etc. Okay, so again, if you want to read this yourself, you want to look into it, it's chapter 674. But as far as I can tell, even Madara himself doesn't think that this is a alternate universe or anything. Oh, hey, by the way, the finite distance thing that we were talking about before, look at this. Madara is running away towards Naruto, or wherever he's going, and Sasuke has this little exclamation point and looks like he's trying to use Amino Tejikara, and Madara says, looks like his Rinnegan can't reach this far away. I'm starting to understand your left eye's abilities. Right, so this in and of itself demonstrates that the whole like finite distances thing from before is just crap, right? It's not that Sasuke can transfer over any finite distance, any distance that is finite. His ability literally has a fixed range. And right now, this Madara, who is only this far apart, which is like, what, a couple 100 feet maybe? Sasuke can't swap with him within that range. This is already outside of his range. So of course he can't like swap between dimensions and shit like that when he can't even perceive where they are. It's just not how that works, and that's fine, right? Abilities are allowed to have limitations. That doesn't detract from the series. It enhances it. So, is it stated that somewhere... Oh, yeah. My personal headcanon, says Konakun, is that Obito was able to do that because his chakra still remained in the living world, because that's the way Minato and Kushina and Hagoromo were able to remain in the living world. Yeah, that makes sense. I think he still had a physical presence there. He hadn't quite fully crossed over yet. Right. In the same way that, like, when Kakashi dies and he's talking to his dad, his dad... Actually, yeah, let's just take a look at that, right? Because it shouldn't be hard to find. It should be chapter, like, 445. It's right after the Rinne rebirth. Something like that. Let's see. No, a little further. So I think it's here, 450. Yeah, here we go. Let me just check. 449 for people who want to check. So... Kakashi here is talking to his father in this weird empty space with a fireplace, or a bonfire burning, whatever, campfire. And then Hayate says, like, they're talking to each other and they're reconciling, and now Kakashi says, I'm proud to be your son. And then we see this flash of light, right? And what does Hayate say? Seems it was too soon for you to come here. There must be something you're still meant to do. I'm glad I got to talk to you. Now I can move on in peace and finally see your mother. So it looks like Hayate has been stuck in this like weird dark limbo place this whole time. And when Kakashi comes, he has an opportunity to talk to him and reconcile with him. Now that he's reconciled, you know, his attachments to the impure world are gone, and he can move on to the impure world and rejoin his mother. So Hayate is not in the Pure Land right here, very explicitly not. And even though Kakashi is preparing to move on to the next world, he also is stuck in this limbo space and has not moved on to the Pure Land. When Nagato uses Rinne Rebirth, he pulls his spirit back out of this interstitial space and brings it back into his body, and then as a result, you know, Hayate is done with his unfinished business and can move on. I'm sorry, I've been calling him Hayate. It's Sakumo, isn't it? Sakumo Hayate. Yeah, Hayate. One second, hang on. Is his last name? Oh, no. Hang on. Hatake. Okay, sorry. I knew something felt wrong about that. So, sorry. Sakumo Hatake. So, Hatake Kakashi and Hatake Sakumo. Right. So fucking Sakmo over here winds up going on into the next dimension. Yeah, Konakun. That's not rude at all. I appreciate you calling that out. I managed to realize it as well. Please feel free to let me know if I make a mistake like that again. I'd rather just have it be called out and then get it right rather than not know about it. So thank you. Marikanta 2009. Hi, how's it going? Thank you very much for stopping by. How you doing today? We are talking about some Naruto related stuff, multiversal Naruto, Pure Land, the Pure Land, the Kamui, all that fun stuff. Feel free to let me know if you have any questions or comments about anything. We are focusing on a response to a video by Noodles on the subject, but of course, I'm always happy to kind of jump around and answer different questions if I can. That was stupid. It's Hayate. It's fucking. Oh yeah. So Izumo over here uses his Rinne Rebirth, and then Fugaku is sad because he's gonna die. No, sorry. Anyway.
Discussing Limbo.
Oh yeah. So the point here is just to emphasize that the Limbo clones don't exist in an alternate universe. They're not described that way in the data books. They're not described that way in the manga or anything like that. They're described as being ghosts, as inhabiting other realms, or as being shadows. And shadows are cast by, like, as far as I know, there's nothing in the Naruto universe indicating that shadows can be cast between different dimensions, or between different universes. Dimensions, yes. Universes, no. Anyway.
Clones, which tells that the clones actually exist in an entirely different plane and dimension.
Okay, plane, yes. Dimension, yes. Plane of dimension, no.
Naruto and Sasuke seemingly have no trouble to see and sense these clones that do not even exist in the normal universe. Yet.
Okay, so then he injects this term, the normal universe, which is not something that the manga or the databooks or anything have defined, right? And I think the inclusion of that term here is to try to argue that there is the Naruto universe where these characters are, and then there are these other universes, but they're not described that way within the canon of the series, right? They are just described as spaces, places, shadows, or whatever. And Naruto can see, Naruto can't actually see these. He can only sense them. Sasuke can see them because he has a Rinnegan.
We have no.
How does this affect the Kushina agenda? Well, if Naruto is, multiversal, then Kushina, who we all know can, like, solo Kaguya, would also be multiversal. So this is all just building up to, Konakun, you saw right through me with your Sharingan. This is all building up to the conclusion that Kushina is actually outerversal. You just gotta give me time to cook.
No trouble to see and sense these clones that do not even exist in the normal universe. Yet
they do exist in the normal universe.
When they were separated into just 2 of Kaguya's dimensions, Naruto outright says he cannot sense Sasuke, which means that the distance between each of Kaguya's dimensions is even greater than the distance of both the Limbo and the Kamui dimension to the normal universe.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. So let me repeat what was said because I want to make sure I get it right.
Yet when they were separated into just 2 of Kaguya's dimensions, Naruto outright.
Okay, so the argument here is going to be talking about Naruto and Sasuke being separated between just 2 of Kaguya's dimensions. I think the implication there is that since Kaguya has, like, what is it, 5 or 6 different dimensions, that, like, the distance between dimension 1 and dimension 2, and then the distance between dimension 2 and dimension 3 would each be shorter than the distance between 1 and 3, or something like that, right? Like, if you were to take the size and distance of all of the different universes and put them together, they would be even greater than the size of one of them. And so that's why he's saying they were separated amongst just 2 of those dimensions. But you think about the practical reality of that statement. How many dimensions can 2 characters be scattered between? How many dimensions can Naruto and Sasuke individually, as single people, excluding shadow clones, I guess, be distributed between? The answer is 2, okay? Because there's 2 people. So there would never be, I guess, unless we talk about shadow clones, but I don't think that is what he's referring to here, right? The distance between the 2 characters would always be capped at 1, or at the distance between those 2 universes, if that makes any sense. It's just, I think I see what he's trying to say. It's just a really weird way of phrasing it. Now, however, we have an explicit statement from Naruto here, right? Naruto very clearly and explicitly and factually says that he cannot sense Sasuke. It is not possible for him to sense Sasuke in the other universe. So they must be further apart than the space between the Limbo clones and where Naruto and Sasuke were before. First of all, it's possible that they could be further apart than where the Limbo clones were, but still not be in an entirely different universe, right? Because this is all operating on the assumption that the Limbo clones are in a different universe. Maybe Naruto can sense things in one dimension, but not if that dimension is a few light years away. Something like that, right? It still has to be close to him, just in, like, superimposed in a higher dimension, if that makes sense. But that being said, he is clearly saying explicitly here that he can't sense Sasuke. And this is a primary source. This is the manga, so we have to believe it, right? We just have to accept it at face value. That being said, just out of curiosity, for no particular reason other than curiosity, let's go and look at this in context. So this would be chapter 6, I think 83, something like that. Take a look. So, see if we can find this. It should only take a minute. So this is after Sasuke went to the other dimension, right? So let's see. Okay, here we go. Actually, there's a little clue over there, right? So let's see. This is in chapter 683, and Naruto says he's got to find Sasuke. Then we have this panel over here where Sakura says, could we be the only ones brought to this world? Okay, world. Naruto says, no, my real body's here too. My real body's here too, but I can't sense Sasuke. That means that he himself is not a real body. This Naruto over here is a doppelganger, okay? This is not Naruto, this is one of his clones. And he can sense that his real body is here in this world, but he can't sense Sasuke. So let's keep going. See what happens. Okay? Take me to where the fight is. So the clone, then again, since I can't sense Sasuke, and I can tell my real body's all tingly. Okay, so there's more evidence that this is a clone. Let's keep going. We're all prepared to die, etc. Okay. This Hagoromo shows up. Okay. Ice is moving. There. The clone then says, I'm over there. Points. He sees himself. That's his real physical body. Naruto says she's merged with nature. It's trapped. Okay. Oh, interestingly, over here, we have a statement from Obito saying that's a type of time space. So when he sees Kaguya coming out of her portal, he says that's a type of time space, referring to either the portal or her ability to come through it. Not entirely sure. Now here, the clone says, you said you suddenly stopped sensing Sasuke. I suspect he was taken to another dimension. Right? So Naruto at some point was like, oh, okay, I can no longer sense Sasuke. Okay, let's keep that in mind. Then Obito says she emerged from a different time space. It's an ability similar to my ocular power. Obito says, if I resonate my Kamui the moment she connects and opens a portal to another time space, I'm positive I can enter it. And if Sasuke is in there, I can bring him back to this dimension. Naruto says, I'll switch to supporting my real body. Obito says, I'll need an enormous amount of chakra to do it since that's not my time space. If my chakra runs out while I'm done there, I'm done for. My real body won't go down that quickly. Okay. So, now Obito says this. We don't even know if Sasuke is inside that time space, but we'll start by entering her lair. I swear to find Sasuke and deliver him to your real body. Okay. Now we're almost there. Okay, so that's all in chapter 683. And now the teleportation sequence starts. Let's see here. Obito says, if we use the Kamui to teleport into her time space, she'll sense us. Okay. Let's see. Naruto says, ain't worth launching a big stupid jutsu if she's going to absorb it. And here we go. Right here. 684. Naruto says, corner her, so if she tries to escape through that weird window, I can enter it with her. That's where I'll search for Sasuke. I can still sense Sasuke's chakra clearly. And Kaguya says, this is my time space, you're powerless here. So this entire time, Naruto's main body, his real body, has actually been able to sense Sasuke. Naruto can, in fact, sense Sasuke across the dimensional barrier or rift. And he can sense it clearly, not faintly, not distantly, clearly. Right? His clone can't sense it, but he himself can sense it. And what he's wanting to do is to go into that dimension to be able to recover him, since he can sense his presence. This entire time, Obito and Kaguya, both of them, time and time and time again, keep on referring to this space of hers as a time space, as a dimension, as a world, never once as a universe. Over and over and over again. Root time space, Zetsu saying it too. All these different characters are all using the same terminology to refer to the space and never universe. So this panel was taken out of context, and this panel was used to make the argument that Naruto himself cannot sense Sasuke's chakra. This is not Naruto. This is a clone. Naruto's real body can clearly sense Sasuke's chakra. So this is why it's important to read things in context. This is why it's very important to go through the entire sequence, the entire chapter, the entire fight, and make sure that the statements that characters make are lining up and are consistent over the course of those fights. Because otherwise you wind up literally completely misunderstanding what they're saying. Okay? Going back to Konakun's comments over here, some more bleach scaling after Aizen, after his fusion with a thing called the Hogyoku, became so powerful that other strong characters were not even able to sense him. Oh, it sounds like he was like going into another dimension or something. And Aizen said they cannot sense him because he's become, oh yeah, a higher dimensional being. That would make sense. And this happened in the middle of the series, by the way, not in the final arc. The final arc has some complete insane statements and scaling. I think I'm starting to see now why people want to get Naruto up to that level, right? Because some of the other big series out there have just insanely powerful characters. And if you're a fan of Naruto and everybody else around you is more a fan of different franchises, you want to represent your franchise, you want your characters to be adequately like supported and represented and all that. It makes sense that you would want statements putting your characters at that level to compete, so to speak. But I don't think that's necessary for Naruto. At the end of the day, if you really love something, you should try to understand it honestly. But even more to the point regarding Naruto, him being able to blow up galaxies or whatever is never what made him cool. Like, I still think the Land of Waves arc is the best, one of the best, one of my favorites anyway, in the series. And characters are like barely able to blow up a building, if that, with some of their, I mean, like Hiruzen could, and Hashirama and stuff. But especially with the scaling that's only limited to the knowledge that we have in part 1, I think like the Nine Tails and Gamabunta and characters like that are the largest destructive capability feats that we see, like the Bichu, and they're nowhere near like planetary, let alone solar or anything like that. So and that's never the point, right? It was always about like tactical, intelligent, resourceful, clever, analytical ninja battles with pretty limited tools and some amount of magic, but magic that was always used thoughtfully as well. It's never about big explosions or whatever.
Bright says he cannot sense Sasuke, which means that the distance between each of Kaguya's dimensions is even greater than the distance of both the Limbo and the Kamui dimension to the normal universe.
Yeah, to paraphrase, like we weren't actually given any kind of a measurement or whatever of the distance between, supposed distance between the main space and the Kamui dimensions, or the fucking Limbo clone dimensions. But given that they're shadows, right, the actual coordinate vector distance or whatever, I don't know what the right term for it is, but the actual physical distance between those two characters might actually be not that far apart. Like, technically speaking, even if those clones inhabit a separate dimension, if they are making physical contact with Naruto, if they're clashing with him, then they are literally overlapping in space, because if they weren't, then they wouldn't be able to affect him physically. So at least at certain points, those clones must be at a distance of effectively like 0 from Naruto, because they're physically touching, right? Even though they all are also in this other dimension that is hard to see. They're shadows or whatever. It's weird. It's kind of a weird logic. I don't know that it all lines up in terms of like real world physics or whatever. But it doesn't mean that they're like infinitely distant away or anything like that. Even the data books don't describe them as being infinitely distant. They describe them as being very, very far away.
Another reason to support limbo clones being outside of the universe is that
Outside of the universe is never stated.
Sasuke's manga.
Okay, let's see. Sasuke says, the heck is this? In order to protect something, something else gets sacrificed. Okay.
Mangekyo Sharingan was completely incapable of perceiving the limbo clones, which may not seem impressive on the surface, but after digging into the actual capabilities of the Mangekyo, I've discovered some pretty vital and vastly overlooked information.
This is where it gets good.
In the third data book on page 274, it is described that the Susanoo can only be used by those who have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan.
Okay, so let's take a second and watch. Let's read the whole page real quick, right? This is from the third data book. Okay, so we're getting a little cut off at the top. This is from, obviously, Itachi's fight with Sasuke. This is when he first manifests as Susanoo. And it says, a jutsu feared by those around them is the most powerful of the ocular jutsu, which is debatable, especially when we see what the Rinnegan can do later on. But it has this reputation. The Susanoo is definitely very powerful. It's the caster's guardian deity, and at the same time can consume the caster as well. It protects the caster, destroys enemies. Then the quote here is, residing in the eyes of those who grasp the workings of heaven and earth is a tempestuous. If you're not familiar with that term, it means like stormy, right? Like tempest. Tempestuous definition, right? Characterized by strong and turbulent or conflicting emotion. Very stormy. Okay? Tempestuous warrior wielding a sword and a shield. Sword is over there. The two jutsu allowed to be used only by those whose eyes have opened to Mangekyo Sharingan, the heavenly eyes that see all things in the universe. Amaterasu representing the light of the material world, and Tsukuyomi, the nightmare realm, representing the world of mind and darkness, Susanoo is the strength of the tempestuous force that resides only within those who have mastered both of those techniques. Chakra takes the physical form of a formidable-looking warrior whose rampaging soul will not settle down unless it has destroyed all enemies before him. Okay, so to paraphrase this, what this is saying is that when somebody activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, they are granted like a supreme level of insight. They're able to see things that are visible and represent the material world, namely the light of the Amaterasu, and things that represent the world of the mind and darkness. And this, of course, relates to stuff like creation of all things and like yin-yang release. Some of the most powerful things in the Naruto universe, which we'll talk about soon in greater detail, are those that are related to manipulating opposing forces and being able to see the light and the shadow. So the Mangekyo gives its user the ability to see darkness and light. It gives you access to strong physical abilities and strong, quote-unquote, ethereal abilities, right? And if you've achieved both of those abilities, you then gain access to this third thing, which is even stronger, which is the Susanoo. And it is a tempestuous force. It's like a wild, primal, emotionally driven, stormy force that lives inside you. And if you've mastered the other two techniques, then you can use that one too. Your chakra takes the form of a formidable-looking warrior, and it protects you and it rampages against your enemies. Okay? So that's what this page is about. Now let's see what Noodles has to say about it.
Susanoo can only be used by those who have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then describes the Mangekyo as the heavenly eyes that see all things in the universe.
Yeah, again, my interpretation of that is that it can see things that are physical and things that are ethereal and like mired in shadow. But let's continue.
If you look farther up the page, the title of the section says, residing in the eyes of those who grasp the inner workings of heaven and earth is...
He added a word there. It does not say inner workings of heaven and earth. It just says workings of heaven and earth.
The section says, residing in the eyes of those who grasp the inner workings of heaven and earth is temptatious.
I'm going to play that again.
Residing in the eyes of those who grasp the inner workings of heaven and earth is temptatious.
Once more with feeling.
Residing in the eyes of those who grasp the inner workings of heaven and earth is temptatious.
Okay, so let's just do this. Temptatious definition. Temptatious means enticing or illicitly desirable. Not even Fewer than 0.01 occurrences per million words written. Earliest use in the 1600s. Formed out of temptation and us. Enticing or illicitly desirable. That's as best as we're going to get. So, what this statement here in the databook is that if you have access to the manga Sharingan, you can see physical things and ethereal things, and you get access to a creator, like a guardian deity that protects you, a strong warrior. What Noodles said is that if you hang out in the eyes of Itachi, it'll be really sexy and really alluring and really tempting. He's basically turned this into a fanfic about like how fucking sexy Itachi's eyes are. And that might be a little taboo. Might be a little bit of forbidden love lurking within the depths of his gaze. Which, true, actually. That's probably the statement that I agree with most in the video so far. But this page is not discussing Itachi's, like, otherworldly sex appeal and how that lies in his eyes. It's referring to the fucking Susanoo, okay?
In Japanese, the kanji tenchi commonly...
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. So, basically, it's important to read the words. It's important to read all the words. It's important not to insert additional words into the script. And it's important to listen back to yourself to make sure that what you said was actually what you think you said. You know, it's like that thing from Princess Bride. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Right? And even me, like just earlier in the stream, I kept giving a character the wrong name. It happens. People make mistakes. But this is really out there. This is really wild. And what I remember about the Hoppy conversation is that I think Hoppy called Noodles out for saying this, for making this mistake, and getting this wrong. And Noodles' response was, well, you can't expect me to get everything right. It was a 9-page script. You can't expect me to read everything off of a 9-page script correct in one take, which reveals a lot about his creative process too. First of all, the idea that a 9-page script is somehow like impossible to produce without getting things consistent and correct, especially within the first 4 minutes of the fucking video. And then also the idea that you have to record an entire script in one take and you're not allowed to go back and listen to it or edit it or comp in new takes if you made a mistake, right? Obviously, if you're doing it live, that's one thing. I don't know if I'll be able to edit out the mistakes in this video. And frankly, I don't really want to. I want, you know, if I make a mistake and we're learning from those mistakes in real time, that's good, right? But when you produce something like this, it can be edited, that has multiple people working on it, multiple people editing it, sorry, and proofreading it. Why this arbitrary constraint of like, I literally cannot read more than 9 pages without making mistakes, and I can't edit those 9 pages. Sorry, folks, there's just no way for me to go back and change the audio. It's really strange. But let's keep going and see what arguments he builds off of this. I know it's probably petty of me, but like this is just the most hilarious thing in this video. Transmuting the statement about Itachi's eyes. It's really funny to me. Let me catch up on some comments. Konakun says, I can scale the main character of Fata Morgana to something like Outerversal because he... Oh, I'm not going to read that. I don't want to spoil it because I still have to look it up. But I will get to that though. That reminds me, throughout Heaven and Earth, I alone am the freaky one. I think Itachi's up there with you now. Smash next, hell yeah. Wait, isn't body flicker also teleportation, making everyone universal? I think the difference between body flicker and teleportation, Saria, is that body flicker relies on allocating a lot of chakra to actually make your body move fast. To use a video game term, I'm not sure if this is the right math term, but it would be translation rather than teleportation. Like, you are still physically interpolating through space from one location to the next. You are not, like, instantaneously transferring your mass from one coordinate to another coordinate. But if that were the case, then yeah, anybody who was using space-time ninjutsu for sure would also be universal by that definition. Konakun says, and Flying Thunder God is a speed not even comparable to body flicker. So yeah, exactly. FTG, like those, I mean, like technically speaking, you could twist this argument and say that when Naruto summons Gamabunta, Gamabunta is participating in a space-time ninjutsu. and is traveling through space and time to reach Naruto. So he's universal too, because and obviously that doesn't work, right? It's just misunderstanding of the terms. Anyway.
The inner workings of heaven and earth is temptatious. In the Japanese, the kanji tenchi commonly refers to both heaven and earth and the universe, which further supports their capability to perceive universal ranges.
Okay, so let's just see. Kanji tenchi. Okay, so this over here looks like what he was sharing, right? 10, is that right? Yeah, I think that's actually... Oh, no. That's not it. Is that it? That's not it either. Oh, that's Tenchi's angel. Okay, so... It looks like this. Yeah. Love of heaven and earth. Tenshi no ai. Okay, so no ai would be of love. Yeah, that's ai. That's Angara's head, right? So this does look like Tenchi. So ten means heaven, sky of the universe, and earth or soil. Yeah, so anything in heaven and earth, potentially. Okay, so this might be correct. What it would be... So it looks like this kanji is what he's talking about, if I'm interpreting this correctly. But, of course, we're not actually given the Japanese raw version of this text. So he's saying that this kanji, which he correctly, I think, is saying is tenchi, and correctly, I think, is saying refers to heaven and earth, etc. He's giving us the definition of this word, but he's not actually showing us where this word occurs in the actual script. So, like, where is the raw translation? Where is the actual Japanese, or not raw translation, where's the raw scan? Where's the actual Japanese that demonstrates that this was part of the statement he said before? Because otherwise, this is a complete non sequitur, right? Here's the Japanese word. Here's the definition of the Japanese word. Okay, but where is that Japanese word in relation to what you were talking about before? Okay. Please... Anybody who's a content creator who makes stuff like this, show the kanji, show the thing in context. It's not enough to just put things out there in a vacuum like this. It doesn't help anybody understand what you're talking about. Konakun says, I'm just doing what Noodles does. Exactly, right? The influence is spreading, which is why I'm here.
The universe, which further supports their capability to perceive universal ranges.
No.
Basically, this would mean that Sasuke...
Konakun says the half Japanese inside of me is underdeveloped, so I don't know if he's right or not. I think in one of Hoppy's videos, he said that that databook entry does not have the phrase tenchi at all. But I'm not qualified to comment on that. What I should do for the next stream is I should see if I can get the raw of the third databook. Actually, I have it. One second. I ordered this off of Amazon, and it got here a few weeks ago. And let me see. So what I'll do for next time is, because, you shouldn't just have to trust me that I'm doing this off stream. You can't actually see what I'm doing. But I think it's on page, 168 or 268, something like that. Did you give us a page from before? I think we see it in the...
In the third data book on page 274, it is...
274. Okay. I'm going to look right here, and then I'll post this later. I'll scan it and bring it up. 276, 274. Okay, so I'm going to look for this kanji, and it should be in bold, right? Because that is saying it was
vastly
part of...
In the third data book on page 274, it is described that the Susanoo...
Yeah, okay, so I have the page up here. And workings of heaven and earth. Yeah, so it should be in the main part of that bolded stuff. I'm going to look for those kanji. I do not see them. I don't see them anywhere there.
Can only be used by the...
Here. Oh yeah, Sasuke's hawk is universal. Sorry. 1 second, let me see if I can do this. This is going to be super low quality, but maybe. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I think I might actually be able to do this with my phone. Oh, change the UI a little bit. Okay. So, send to myself. Where's the draft? Okay, and sorry for the wait here, but I think I'm almost done. Oh, I see the problem. Okay, boom. Yes, okay, so it should be arriving in my email in just a second. Yep, here we go. Alright, so here's that same page, 274. And here is, let's look at the kanji that we were looking for. So let's see if we can find those kanji anywhere here. It should be in the bold stuff, right? Because this is the title. So let's start by looking for this one up here. You know, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the upper thing here. You don't see that anywhere. I'm not seeing it. This one over here, these 2 parts. Not seeing that either. Yep. So maybe it's in here. I don't know if you guys want to go through this whole script and see. At a glance, though, just looking for that particular thing, I'm not seeing it. Might as well just take like 60 seconds to see if we can find this. Obviously, I'm going fast, so I might miss something here. Anybody watching back, feel free to look at this and scrutinize this. You can see the page number here is 274. I am not seeing this anywhere on the page. So I think Hoppy is correct, if I'm remembering what he said correctly. So, again, we were given a quote, then it was implied that there was a Japanese version of this quote, and it was implied that that Japanese version of the quote used this kanji, and that further supports the evidence. But that's not the case. We looked at the source material, and it doesn't seem like that is actually there on the page, unless they're using like an alternate kanji, an alternate spelling for it, or something like that. So I will ask to see if I can get this translated, and in the next stream, if I can, then I will share it, and I'll let everybody know what the actual translation says. I'm willing to eat my words and apologize if my accusation is wrong here, but I really think that this was just made up, and that this is not, this is basically just dishonest, right? There we go.
It refers to both heaven and earth.
Nice Black Sabbath quote.
Which further supports their capability to perceive universal ranges.
Yeah, so
basically this would mean that Sasuke, who does have the Mangekyo, which can perceive all things in the universe, cannot perceive the limbo, which means...
Okay, before, I know I'm stopping a lot, but really think about the implications of that. But yeah, the kanji is literally a Google PNG. Yeah, exactly. Really think about the implications of that, right? He just said that Sasuke should be able to perceive all things in the universe, right? The statement that he made is that Sasuke himself is capable of seeing everything in the entire universe, or at least anything that he wants to, across the entire cosmos. If he wanted to, if there was a planet like 1 billion light years away that had a tree and an ant crawling up the tree, he could focus on that and he could see the ant crawling up the tree, right? That's what he said. That's what he said that Sasuke has the ability to do. So if Sasuke can do that, then Sasuke would never really need to rely on anyone for intel gathering or anything like that, right? Because he could just choose to see whatever he wanted to see. Well, in chapter 465, this happens, right? Sasuke's at the 5 Kage Summit. He is using Karin to help identify Danzo. And then once Karin identifies Danzo, he asks her if she has pinpointed the location, and then he has her tell him where to go. And you can see that he is using the Mangekyo here. It's active at the time. Now, there's other things where like he has Karin help him sense the location of like Killer Bee in this fight, but I don't think he's using the Mangekyo at the time. You could argue that maybe he could turn them on, but I just reread this and I was going to use this, but I don't think he's actually using the Mangekyo there, so I don't think I can. You could make the argument over here against Danzo that he, Karin says behind you, but I'm not sure if that's really strong either, because maybe he already saw him and he just hadn't like shown that yet. But this pretty much in and of itself kind of demonstrates that Sasuke does not perceive universal ranges. Really think about like what that would mean for the shinobi world, right? Especially in part 1, so much of what goes into the existence of shinobi and how they conduct their business and like lead their lives is intel gathering and surveillance and knowledge. If anybody had the ability to see anything in the entire world with their like Mangekyo, that would be the most important tactical tool in any arsenal, right? It would basically give any faction omniscience over another faction and turn them on. Yeah, I'm not I'm not gonna back down from that. Like omniscience over like any other faction, and it would be the most prized possession of pretty much any shinobi nation. Think about like at the 5 Kage Summit, like how much trouble was gone through by whatever his name is, Ao or whatever, who has the Byakugan, right? Think about the all the shit that went down with the Byakugan back in part 1 with the Hyuga clan, stuff like that, and why Neji's father had to die. Just to get an eye that can see over like an extended range and see through things, let alone all the things in the universe. It's ridiculous. It doesn't fit in with the Naruto lore or cosmology or whatever you want to call it at all. It would totally break the surveillance system of the ninja world. There's one other thing that I think disproves this, which is here in the fight against Kabuto. Is it this chapter? It's right after this. Right, so yeah, this is chapter 580. And here we have Kabuto saying that Itachi said previously that he was able to pinpoint where his chakra was coming from. Now, he doesn't say I was able to see you with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He says that like when I was connected to you with the Edo Tensei, because we had the Edo Tensei link, I was thus able to track you down based on like where that chakra was coming from in the Edo Tensei. Not that I saw you by turning on my Mangekyo. And then Itachi goes ahead and said this: I was never the one who could pinpoint your chakra, and Nagato was able to relay that information. I have no such ability. So even within the same like country, the same land that they're fighting on, or this war, maybe continent if you want to extend it a little bit, Itachi, the most proficient user of the Mangekyo that we've seen up to this point, arguably, definitely one of the legends of that particular dojutsu, cannot see Kabuto within a few, I don't know what, dozen, 100 miles away. So Itachi himself, the expert Mangekyo user, demonstrates that the Amaterasu, the Mangekyo doesn't have universal ranges. And I mean, like, of course it fucking doesn't. Of course the Mangekyo can't see across the entire universe. We shouldn't have to be talking about this, right? Like, we shouldn't have to explain this at all. But if you actually do want to dive into it, you do want to look for evidence against this point, here are two Itachi brothers who both have Mangekyo, who are being referred to explicitly by, you know, the scan or whatever was talking about Itachi specifically, and Itachi specifically cannot see across the country to find Kabuto. He needs to have Nagato's help. So this is just false. Right. Hey, New Thunder God, how's it going? Yo, how's it going? Thanks for checking out the stream. How's your weekend going? Appreciate you checking it out. So, yeah, I do think it's really funny, but it's also one of those things that's like points for creativity, but beyond that, it's kind of perplexing. Hello, Thunder God. Welcome. Appreciate your enthusiasm. Kona says, this reminds me, people say Haku, a random rogue ninja, is light speed. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, the fourth fastest ninja in the world, is almost light speed. Does that make sense? No, it does not. So that might actually be a fun topic. I was thinking about that. Fun. Let me see 1 second. light speed and stuff. Because that's another one of those arguments that's come up quite a bit, and I seem to be in the minority there. I disagree with the light speed scaling stuff, and I think that the statements about Haku, they mostly come from the data book, and they can be taken into context there as probably hyperbolic. I've not yet been convinced that any character in Naruto is light speed. Obviously, when they're teleporting, they're moving faster than light because they're moving instantaneously, but that's not movement in the traditional sense. And I definitely, even if you want to argue that Haku can move between his mirrors, actually, let's take a look at this real quick because it won't like derail for too long. Yeah, New Thunder God, I would actually be happy to look into Boruto. I've started reading it. I'm not caught up yet. I'm on chapter 40, 42, something like that. And I'm going to talk about some Boruto stuff for this stream because a bunch of it is relevant when we start talking about Momoshiki and the dimensions and all that stuff. I have some scans of Momoshiki. Actually, I have this grid that I was working on before, and like I was comparing Momoshiki's depiction in the movie and in the anime and different things like that. So yeah, and then the novelization as well, something that I've poked into a little bit. I haven't read the whole thing, but I've read you know, some relevant sections from it, if that makes sense. But yeah, definitely happy to talk more about that. So this thing about Haku that I want to point out is that, okay, maybe you just argued that like in part 1, Kishimoto had a different vision for the limits of power, and he did literally think that Haku could move at the speed of light between the mirrors. Okay, fine. Let's just give him a magical ability. Let's allow for that possibility to happen. But then Sasuke is then able to perceive faster than light, or literal light speed movement. So this child can perceive something moving at the speed of light. Then this other child, right, Naruto, is capable of, oh yeah, and move fast enough to intercept these things being thrown by somebody moving at the speed of light. Then this child, other child, Naruto, in not even KCM 1, like this is just the very first time he's manifested a chakra cloak, Haku moves between the mirrors, and Naruto grabs him. Like, here we go. Haku is saying, I've got to make it to the next mirror. So he's explicitly trying to get between the mirrors as fast as possible. He goes, he transfers between them, and then Naruto grabs him by the fucking scarf and slams him down onto the ground. Like that, right? So, or like roots him in place at any rate. So for Haku to be moving at light speed here, it would mean that Naruto has to be moving somewhat relative to light speed as well to intercept him and grab him. And that would mean that the amount of force applied to Haku's scarf here, I think is what it's grabbing, or his arm, yeah, his arm, right? Haku's arm is capable of withstanding the amount of force of a hand smacking into him at light speed, which is just insanely high levels of power. If you're interested in learning more about this, I suggest you watch a video called, what the hell is it called? What if Randall Monroe light speed baseball? Something like that? Yeah, okay. I suggest that you take a look at this video. What if you threw a baseball at nearly light speed? And what you'll find is that, according to his explanation, before the baseball itself even gets to that level, the atoms in it start stripping away. It starts generating the force of like a nuclear bomb, essentially, as it makes things around it disintegrate. You know, this is a great video. It's only 3 minutes long, and I think it explains just how crazy light speed force of something this small would be. So if all that is true, then that just means that like little tiny kids, like 12-year-old kids in Naruto, have nuclear levels of power. And I don't think that that really fits with everything else we see in the series. It's just too hard to reconcile. So it's much simpler to just say that the yeah, like his mask here can survive a nuke, get smashed into it and stuff like that, right? So I think it's much more consistent to just say that those statements in the second data book are hyperbolic. Konakun says, also the actual translation says light, the light speed of light. Yeah, exactly. The Raikage, yeah, I think the Raikage can move super fast, and his speed is compared to the speed of light as hyperbole, as like a way of hyping it up, but I don't think he's literally moving at the speed of light, at least personally. Konakun says also almost the speed of light can mean anywhere between one. Well, I think almost would, I mean, it's hard to put a number on a term like that. I think it would be closer to 80 or 90 or something like that, right? Like when Hashirama and Tobirama says that they're close to their original power. For me, when they're brought back as Edo Tensei, for me, I think that's basically just implying that for all intents and purposes they're the same, or they're very, very close to being the same. If real world something moves faster than light, the space would just break. Yeah, exactly. Or at least get like obliterated and cause massive shockwaves. I'm not sure. Thunder God. Let me see. Orphan from the land of water. Oh, he's from the Yuki clan. Okay. I was not aware of that. Who are the Yuki clan? What do they do? From the land of water. Some of them possessed Kekkei Genkai, Ice Release, Akuna's mother. So cursed. I guess they're not really elaborate on too much. Really know of Haku and his mom. It's just the same picture from before being expanded, but apparently there is some additional information. Oh, there's a novelization that goes into more detail. That's cool. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. It's an interesting question. In Haku's case, think of something just a metaphor in storytelling that Haku's really fast. Yeah, absolutely. And for all intents and purposes, right? Like we could just look at it this way: that characters at that point in the series, for somebody like Haku to be moving that fast, it might as well have been that he was moving at the speed of light, because they couldn't track the motion, right? It was so fast that they couldn't even perceive it. And I think that's the that's the thing that Kishimoto was trying to convey. Yes, Konakun, when I first read the those chapters, I did think that Haku was female, which I actually wonder how they would identify gender-wise. I'm assuming male. Well, he does say, like, actually I'm a boy, so probably identify as male. Just a sort of different kind of male beauty. Shit, there's a, hang on. Japanese story of a monk and a brutish monk warrior and a beautiful swordsman. Yeah, Benkei. Think so. Oh yeah, Yoshitsune. This character Benkei, and his friend and companion Yoshitsune are characters in Japanese history, possibly somewhat myth, like folklore. Yeah, myth and folklore. So sort of like King Arthur. God, sorry. I think there's some slightly like myth enhancement to the story. But basically, there's a trope in some Japanese media, as I understand it, and history and culture, describing like two warriors who will kind of fight together, or two companions who will spend time together, and one of them is described as being sort of physically brawny and strong and powerful, and the other is described as being much more sort of, I guess, petite and lithe and refined and quote-unquote feminine. When we read the stories, we would look at the burly, brawly monk character as being masculine and the other as being feminine. But the way it was described to me as both of those things are just two different versions of masculine beauty. Like, being like Haku doesn't make you more like a woman in Naruto. It doesn't make you feminine. It doesn't make you less of a man. It's just one of the ways that men are allowed, quote unquote, to be beautiful and to be attractive. You can be a very polite, refined, quote unquote feminine in a Western sense man, and be no less manly than a big brooding warrior. So, like, I don't know, Justin Bieber, or who's a better example, Eddie Redmayne or something versus Vin Diesel, or I don't know, something like that, would both be various forms of male beauty. Or the guy from Twilight, whatever his name is, would be just as masculine as somebody like The Rock, right? Anyway. Hopefully I'm representing that correctly. My knowledge of that folklore is not expert. Great, the fucking coughing starting up again. Thunder God says it's like calling someone power of a god, which is a metaphor to say that in his POV is at least a level of a god, not literally. Yeah, I like that interpretation, and that's something that comes up with Pain a lot as well, right? I don't believe Pain is literally a creator god or anything like that, but he's described as basically being a demigod, and he does have powers over, like, life and death and stuff like that.
Means the limbo is simply outside of the universe, supported by the databook statement mentioned earlier. And both Naruto and Sasuke, with their Sage 6 Path's powers, are capable of perceiving the limbo clones, yet are completely unable to sense each other when just separated amongst two of Kaguya's dimensions.
Yeah, that's the refrain again of being separated amongst two of the dimensions, right? But the dimensions themselves are still inside the same universe, and to this point, I don't think we've been given sufficient evidence to warrant belief in the limbo clones existing outside the universe. They're in the same universe, they're just distant.
This argument also applies to Naruto, as Naruto is able to sense the world's origin.
Okay, so what Noodles just said here is that Naruto is able to sense the world's origin, which we don't get a definition for, but let's read what this quote actually says. So this is referring to 6 Paths Sage mode. Okay. From the ancestor of Shinobi, a divine state is gifted, touching the principles of all creation, commanding all things in nature. So keep this in mind. Do we actually think that Naruto, when he's in 6 Paths Sage mode, can command all of the things in nature? Do we really ever see him doing anything like that? Does he even manipulate nature around him the way that Kaguya does? Like, he restores Kakashi's eye, and he restores Guy to life, like he repairs their bodies. But is he like bringing up mountains and boiling the seas and bringing down the sun, or even bringing down meteors or anything like that, like Madara does? Does he actually have feats that demonstrate him commanding all things in nature, or is this hyperbole? Right. Moving on. The qualities for obtaining this technique are strict studying and using a small gist in chakra needing sensibility. Something to keep in mind about these databook statements. They are coming from a place called Narutoversity, narutoversity.com, and they're from the 4th databook. And I want to be grateful and respectful to the people who translated these, but also understand that in some cases these things are translated from Japanese first to German or Portuguese, and then from those languages into English. And sometimes the language is a little iffy. It's just unfortunate, but it's not super precise, and it doesn't come across as, to me anyway, as consistent all the time. So for example, the qualities for obtaining this technique are strict studying and using a small gist in chakra needing sensibility. So that seems to imply that all you need to do to get 6 Paths Sage mode is you need to study a lot, and then also have at least a minuscule amount of creating chakra, which does not reflect how Naruto gets Sage of 6 Paths abilities, right? So keep in mind, it's hard to get precise readings on some of this stuff. Again, no disrespect to the translators, they did an amazing job with what they had, but some of the stuff is just not coming across accurately, in my opinion. New Thunder God says, in real life, you run at light speed for even a sec. It means you've rounded up 7 times. Rounded up 7 times. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you please elaborate on what that means? Rounding up 7 times? Yeah. Konako, oh yes, taking the databook statements, literally never seen that before. Yeah, you have to be really careful about that stuff because so much of it is hyperbolic. But even so yeah, we have these people who are earnest and good-natured, and they're making translations and trying to stick to them, but some of the stuff is just getting lost in translation, and I think there's an assumption that it's meant to be taken literally, which is not necessarily the case, right? Okay, so an iron faith to face any hardship and the guts to never give up, that makes sense. Naruto has those. Furthermore, the returning incarnation and fate's guidance. This power is granted by the Sage of 6 Paths only to someone who holds those. That's true. That fits with what we see about Naruto. Those who activate the technique come to understand the flow of all life, gain a deep insight at the world's origins, and are able to apply it on interacting allies without changing the way of things. This technique isn't something shinobi choose to experience, it's a technique that chooses shinobi. The floating ability used by the Sage of 6 Paths is also almost mastered unconsciously by this technique's user, kicking the truth-seeking ball, exceeding the Kurama mode, a feat accomplished by a huge chakra. So what this is saying is that when Naruto gets access to this mode, he starts to gain insight into how the fundamental principles of the world works. And he doesn't like necessarily fully understand them. Like, he doesn't understand why or how he healed Guy or fixed Kakashi's eye. He says something along the lines of like, I don't fucking know, I just decided to do it and then it just worked, right? See if we can find that real quick. But at the end of the day, it's not like he gains access to this ability and then the ability lets him see the Big Bang and then see the heat death of the universe simultaneously, right? That's not how this works. It's just he's now able to understand things and to manipulate forces that were previously outside of his purview, right? So this is chapter 672, kicks the Truth Seeker ball. He touches Guy, heals him, and he says, I'm still trying to figure it out myself to Madara. He stopped the 8 Gates endgame. His power has suddenly grown. I want to see what he says to Kakashi when he heals him. I think it's right over here, right? If I can't find it in a second, then I'll go back to the video. Yeah, so his eye is still gone there. Okay, so it might be... I'm not sure where it is exactly, but I think he says something very, very similar to Kakashi then, where it's like, how did you do that to my eye? And he's like, oh, I don't know, I just sort of felt it out. And, oh, here. Is it after here because he gets his eye stolen? Anyway, the point of all this is just to kind of emphasize that Naruto can now use forces and principles that are relevant to the way that the world itself works on a fundamental level. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, chapter 675, right? Naruto touches Kakashi, and then his eye comes back, and he says, how'd you do that? It's kind of hard to explain, but I took a part of Master Kakashi and then kind of, so he doesn't even really get it, right? He doesn't understand what the hell is happening. He just now has this sort of intuitive sense of being able to manipulate energies that he wasn't able to even really perceive or understand before. It's a new level of insight and a new level of inspiration. But that doesn't mean he can see the heat death of the fucking universe or anything, okay? Oh shit, I gotta catch up on some comments. Sorry about that. New Thunder God says, according to me, Neji death is just a need for the impact of the Fourth Ninja War, because no major characters fucking not dying. Yeah, there's definitely, I think, quite a lack of grit and impact once you get to the Fourth Ninja War. There aren't enough people dying. You're just told off screen that 20,000 people died, but you don't really know who they are. You don't really see them personally and experience it. Swag Kage actually has a good video on YouTube about like how to fix the war, where he kind of provides some, I think, good suggestions as to which characters might have died. Like Tsunade could have died, for example, to kind of give things more weight and help motivate Naruto. I'd suggest checking out that video. Let's see, the stick that killed Neji versus the rock that crushed Obito. I think the rock has more durability and more mass, but it has less piercing damage. But it could no, I think the I think the oh shit, I don't know. I'm gonna go with stick. Okay, so I think the rock would beat the stick in a one-on-one, but I think the stick has more AP flexibility to defeat more other people. So in a one-on-one, I'm favoring the stick, but in like a stick versus pick a random ninja from the Fourth War, the stick would probably be more versatile, harder to dodge and all that too. Kakazun Holidays, hey, how's it going? How's your weekend going? Good to see ya. New Thunder God, yeah, pick stick. This is gonna be the new 100 people or 100 men versus one gorilla thing. Kakazu's broke now? Well, that's news to me. I don't think he's broke. The stick is every grandma's favorite weapon. This is true. The moment Naruto ended Sakura's career. Yes. He does kind of upstage her with the whole healing ability. Yeah, Kakazu in Holidays is rich, especially the Kakazu in the series. Like, you know, he dies with a coffin that's just loaded with money. He's got riches in the afterlife. That's what he's been preparing for this whole time. Stick wins because Obito was a kid and hadn't mastered Sharingan yet. And it's fucking big ass rock. That's the best argument. Rock is big. Rock win because big. Neji because he mastered Byakugan, and then we're forgetting with Neji Was OG mainly Sasuke? Yeah. He was definitely like an OG in part 1. Okay, so let's go back. So, again, this is all just kind of giving us more insight into how Naruto's perspective and his abilities have shifted now that he has SOSP, Stage of Six Paths mode. But he can't literally see the beginning of the universe. And it doesn't say anywhere on here that he can sense the world's origins. He can understand the flow of life and gain a deep insight at the world's origins, meaning he understands the underpinning like mechanisms of the world, but he can't see the beginning of the universe or anything like that. Okay. Kakusun Holiday says, "I'm fine asking questions on Reddit towards Kakuzu to get what people think of it." Oh, cool. Yeah. Let me know what they think. I think people have kind of come around to appreciating Kakuzu more these days. Yes, we're power scaling a stick. Yeah, let's do a whole rock paper scissors debate after this. Stick may not have power, but it has aura. Yes. The thing is too, like, maybe it's just because you put those little flame emojis there, but you could apply different things to the stick, right? You could put poison on the stick, you could put fire on the stick, you could, like, in a Dark Souls game or something like that, you could put lightning damage to the stick. The rock is just kind of a rock. It's kind of hard to add properties to the rock, right? So I think the stick is just more versatile as well.
As stated in the 4th data book. In Naruto Gaiden, Sasuke mentions that Kaguya's worlds are time spaces.
Okay, so something that's funny here, I don't really blame Noodles for this specifically, but if you look, he said that Sasuke talks about Kaguya's time spaces, but actually what's written here is Kagura, and Kagura is a completely different character. I think this is just a like a typo, essentially, in the print. It's like a misprint of the manga itself, because fucking Kagura can't make dimensions like Kaguya. He's clearly talking about Kaguya, right? So I think a mulligan on that one is totally fine. It's just kind of funny that he didn't catch that.
Naruto in the Momoshiki novel refers to Momoshiki's dimensions as either a hyperspace or a barrier, and
okay, 1 second. So yeah, I think I have this saved. So if you're not familiar with this Naruto Gaiden, this is from the 1 second. Is it? It's not this one, is it? Might be. Yeah, okay. So Naruto Gaiden, the Seventh Hokage. You can find it on Weeb Central if you want to check it out. This is basically the manga where Shin is introduced, and I think he's only introduced in the manga here. I don't think he shows up in the main Boruto manga. So this story takes place between the end of Naruto and the beginning of the Boruto manga and series in general. And what's happening here is that Sasuke has previously been looking for Kaguya's dimensions. He's been trying to find her and find information about the Otsutsuki. And he's had a fight with Shin previously. And recently, he hasn't had such a great showing in combat. Like, he hasn't been as strong as he should have been, because he's been searching for Kaguya's dimensions, and that's been tiring him out. And you see he doesn't have all of the Tomoe active in his Rinne Sharingan, and he also doesn't have his Mangekyo active. That's why Naruto is saying, like, oh, that explains why your combat performance wasn't as good. And Sasuke says searching for and entering Kaguya's time space requires a lot of chakra. So yeah, linking to the portal, even for Boruto era Sasuke, is still something that takes a lot of chakra and effort. Let me see real quick if I can find where he actually shows up in her dimension. He's looking for a scroll, and when he finds the scroll, it's supposed to give him coordinates that will help him find access to Kaguya's dimension or something like that. So here he fights Shin. This is the first introduction of Shin, or Shin, I guess, would be a better pronunciation of it. And sorry if I haven't read chat yet. I will check up quickly. I just want to see if I can find this. Maybe not. Maybe it's something that's elaborated more in Boruto. I thought there was a scene where he like goes and checks out this castle or something, but that might be the beginning of of Boruto instead of this. Yeah, because he's in the forest right now, so I guess not. He's about to show up in a second. Sarada's about to go see him. I think he's just in that building on his own. So yeah, I guess, yeah, he's over here. So I guess we don't actually get that backstory about the Kaguya dimension or whatnot. But anyway, there's just some additional context for you. I might have missed something. Feel free to go check out this story. It's pretty interesting. It's only 10 chapters long. You could read it in an hour or two. And you could get the backstory and the stuff that I've been talking about. This is an interesting feat as well for talking about durability, like we talked about a little while ago, right? So for context here, they're fighting this character called Sheen, and Sheen has the ability to put a tag on weapons, and any weapons that he's tagged, he can actually manipulate them using telekinesis, essentially. So I think he has a tag on Sasuke's sword, and he manages to like grab the sword remotely as Sasuke's moving forward, and like push it back and shove it into Naruto's chest. Naruto's just like, excuse me, what? And he doesn't notice it, and Sasuke only barely notices it after the fact, like he's looking back to see it after it impacts him. So this is sort of like a weird, almost a blitz by this weapon, and then it embeds itself in Naruto, who's in KCM2. So adult KCM2 Naruto, Sage KCM2 Naruto, is still like able to be pierced by just like a metal blade, which is an interesting thing to consider when talking about durability in the series and what that means, right? I don't know, for all I know, this could be like a new version of the Kusanagi that just has universal AP or something like that. But it's a really interesting little moment. And then Sakura shows up. By the way, if you're curious about the debate between Swag Kage 6 and Kabuki and Afro, they talk a lot about Shin and about like Sakura beating up Shin and Shin being stronger than Madara. This is where all that comes from, if you're interested in learning more about that. Maybe that's common knowledge or whatever, but I only learned about it fairly recently myself. So, okay, so catching up on some comments here. Thanks for your patience. You can make a Thor hammer with a stick. Oh, yeah, I guess that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. Kakazu says, I'm asking what Kakazu for them is the prime one, the young one without hearts. Which, oh, yeah. I remember we talked about that last time, right? I'm still of the belief that him getting older means that he has like more chakra and better abilities and stuff. But I like the idea that you proposed, if I'm remembering it correctly, that the older version had access to like higher quality hearts from the war or something like that. That was kind of cool. Neji, you're approaching me. I can't poke the hell out of you without getting closer. Come as close as you like. Yeah, I think we have our first meme of the stream. Just like a sentient stick that goes around challenging people. I love it. New Thundergod says, I heard a theory that he wanted to not be a part of Boruto. Oh, I think I missed the plot there a little bit. Which character, or were you saying Kishimoto didn't want to be a part of Boruto? I'm curious to know what you're talking about there. Konakun says, man, first Ishiki beat the brakes out of Sasuke. And Bo dropped Sasuke in front of his house and left. Oh, yeah, that's right. When they capture Naruto. I think I just read that, actually. Kona bro, Unisword. Yeah, Universal Sword. Kakashi went to Diddy Party. Guys are out of control. I love it. Kona bro, guess the character by the emoji. Yeah, two Dataras. Two Dataras. That's it. Just two Dataras. No. Art is an explosion. And also, with that, age, brain gets problem, lack of reaction. Oh, so Kakasun Holidays, do you think that's, would you include that as an explanation as to why Kakazu, like, maybe wasn't acting as smart or whatever in parts of the fight with Naruto? Since I'm here, I'm just gonna see if there was anything that I missed in these last two chapters. Also, best part of this whole story is that for most of it, we are led to believe that Sarada is actually Karin's daughter. And honestly, I like that better. Like, I like the idea of Sasuke. I don't know. I don't know why. Something about her being adopted just kind of seems funny to me in a good way. Maybe towards the end, he goes to see Kaguya's dimensions. I don't think so. He uses fucking Amaterasu to cauterize Sakura's wounds, which is crazy. Like, think about that. He doesn't use like a fire jutsu. He uses Amaterasu. Anyway, maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining things. I'll get back to the video in 1 second. Oh yeah, I love this scene. This is great, honestly. It's not as great as the one where Sasuke gets a fucking pet dinosaur, but it's still pretty good. Definitely worth a read. Okay, I'll get back on topic. Point of this is just to say, like, yeah, Obito made that very clear too, that it takes a lot of time and effort and energy to find and then enter Kaguya's time spaces because they are big. And also, Obito says something along the lines of like, I have to work extra harder because they're not mine. Like, the portals themselves seem to have like a signature or something where you have to get your own chakra to resonate with the portal in order to get it to sync up, and so you have to put in like extra effort to be able to pull that off, as opposed to Obito, who can just do it whenever he wants with his own dimension or whatever. It's the character by the emoji. I forget the name. Maybe. I mean, Kakuzu would be my guess, of course, but I think I would have to say, for whatever reason, it reminds me a little bit of those like ninja cats that Sasuke goes to visit, where he goes off to hunt Itachi. I don't know why, that's what popped into my head. Maybe when time gets long, he gets less and less focused, less efficient. That's possible. I like the way that you're putting the context of age into the character there. Let's see, pixel perfect and then goes down versus Naruto. Yeah, it's all about the money for Kakuzu for sure. Guess the character by the emoji. I mean, I would say it's maybe it's a trick question. It's actually Naruto and Menma, since they're both ramen toppings. I think the ramen guy's name is Teuchi, if I remember correctly. And then New Thunder God says, oh, well, the sand has to be Gara, right? The sorcery with the desert, I think of a scorpion. Is there a character that has like time manipulation powers or something? Or like imprisons people for a while? Oh, maybe Shukaku with the hourglass because of the ceiling. Anyway.
The novel refers to Momoshiki's dimensions as either a hyperspace or a barrier, and remarks that he had seen the technique utilized by Kaguya before, which means that Kaguya's dimensions are also referred to as both time spaces and hyperspaces.
Okay, so let's go back. We're about to start triggering. Sorry, I apologize in advance. But let's go back to this, okay?
Naruto and the
Let's just listen carefully. One more time. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page before I dive into this.
Momoshiki novel refers to Momoshiki's dimensions as either a hyperspace or a barrier, and remarks that he had seen the technique utilized by Kaguya before, which means that Kaguya's dimensions are also referred to as both time spaces and hyperspaces.
That's got to be 1010, New Thunder God, if I had to guess. With the Bansho-sen or whatever it's called. Okay, so the claim here is that there is a novel called the Momoshiki novel. Okay? As far as I'm aware, there is no Momoshiki novel. There is specifically a Boruto novel. And the Boruto novel covers the same events as the Boruto movie and episodes 60 to 70, somewhere in there, of the anime itself. And technically also covers the first, like, chapters 5 to 10 or something of the manga. It covers the part where Momoshiki shows up with Kinshiki and attacks Konoha and then drags Naruto off to steal his chakra, and then Sasuke opens up the portal and they all jump in and they all fight him, and Momoshiki eats Kinshiki's chakra fruit and then fights them and then loses and then winds up giving the karma to Boruto, although they leave that part out in the movie. They just kind of come back. I don't think he actually ever meets Momoshiki in the movie. So the how can I say, the canon progression of all this, right, is that, like, let me kind of draw this out, is that we have okay, we have the Actually, I probably don't need to draw it up, whatever. So we have the manga as our primary source of information, right? And then from the manga, we then get the, do this. We then get the anime. Sorry, I'm still learning how to use this software. 1 second. Okay, so the manga is our primary source of information. Then from the anime, that's our secondary source of information, the secondary version. The anime then also has a movie version. And then the movie version of the anime, or sorry, the anime itself, not the movie, also has a novelization, if that makes sense. Right, so the manga is our primary source of information. The manga then gets an anime adaptation. The anime has a movie version of it, and the anime also has a separate novelization of it, if I understand it correctly. So notice in the manga, right, this statement about the airspace of his own universe, parallel universe, that does not show up in the manga. That statement also does not show up in the anime. It also doesn't show up in the movie. It only shows up in the novel, right? The only time this phrasing over here, it plainly wasn't the airspace of his own universe. The only time that appears is in this novel. Now, you might have noticed something, that this is not a source that is quoted. This is not something that is being referenced. This work of whoever quoted this or got this or wherever this is from, this is just a notes app on somebody's phone, right? Because it has this little scroll bar over here, apparently. So we have no idea what this is or where it comes from or why we should believe it. However, if you just Google this, or you go onto Sage's server, he's got a resources a panel. You can actually find this, and you can find the people who wrote it. And I'm going to pull that up. If you just give me 1 second to bring that up. Resources, novels and one-shots, and this is Boruto, the movie novel. Okay, so this was a rip from another website, from a Tumblr account that somebody put together. This individual keeps them in the trash can. I was gonna say Hedon, maybe. That's so open to interpretation there. Konakun says, oh my god, the fucking hyperspace. I hate that word so much. Yes. Yeah, we're going to get into it. Don't worry. Let me see. Oh, New Thunder God. Well, I'm guessing that that's pain because of all the different paths and the things that the paths can do, like the 6 paths of pain. Although you're missing 1 if that's the case. But I'm not sure. Don't know any other like ghost related characters. I like the goat there though. Anyway, so let's see. So the Boruto novel exists, and it exists in Japanese, but there is not an official English publication. So somebody on Tumblr back in 2016 took on the Herculean task to translate the entire fucking thing themselves. Now, for whatever reason, this is all an archive web page, so this person here has removed their Tumblr, has taken this all down. So I don't know if they stand by it all. I don't know if they want to have their work still represented. They seem to have just gone dark, and I think that we should be aware of that, and we should respect the fact that they are, no longer apparently involved in this. So don't reach out to them, I would say. With that being said, this is the. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to tell anybody what to do with this regard, but let me let me start over. I don't like the way that kind of came out. I want to start over with this. So, okay. Noodles has referenced something in his video. The thing that he has referenced is a quote from the Momoshiki novel, as he calls it. But what he is actually referring to is the Boruto novelization. The Boruto novelization is an alternate version, mostly faithful, mostly accurate, retelling of some events in Boruto. Those events in Boruto happen in chapters like 5 to 10 of the manga, episodes 65-ish to 70-ish in the anime, and happen in the movie, Boruto Naruto Next Generations, the movie or something, or Boruto Naruto the movie, I think it's called, right? The sequence of that, just to help visualize it, is that the manga is the primary source. The manga had an anime adaptation. The anime has a movie version and also a novel version. Maybe the novelization is actually closer to the manga than the anime. I'm not 100% sure. I have to go through and double check. Either way, the novel only exists in Japanese and wasn't ever published with an official English translation. Somebody took it upon themselves to go through and to do an English translation and to provide that to us to be able to read. And I seem to have misplaced it because this is going great. Okay, here we go. So they gone through the trouble of putting that all together for us, right? Now, here's the thing. This is something that was made, I think, by one person over a long period of time, and this person is no longer active. This is part of a Tumblr. Tumblr has been taken down, and so I don't know if they still stand by this particular work at this point. That being said, this particular work is something that keeps getting referenced and keeps getting used. It's on Sage of the Cav server, it's on Noodles video, so I want to reference it, and I want to talk about it in context. First of all, I think it is really shitty and bad and dumb to not reference or credit the people whose work you are taking, okay? If you're going to take somebody else's translation, you need to mention where it's coming from. You can't just take the little shitty screenshot and put it in your video with no context. Somebody else worked really hard on this. It was their work. It's their intellectual property, so to speak. It's not okay to just take it out of context and not provide any credit and pass it off as, if not your own work, at least like not even referencing it correctly. That being said, let's look at this section in the book and see what happens, right? This starts off with Naruto is inside darkness. Let's look at it here. Naruto is inside darkness. He didn't think they'd gotten very far from the village of Konohagakure. This is after Momoshiki goes through the portal and takes him and starts draining his chakra from the god tree, right? So Naruto is inside darkness. He didn't think they gotten very far from the village of Konohagakure, but rather than saying this was some place he didn't remember, it'd be more accurate to say that this was a parallel world. Parallel world, okay? It was terribly cold and distortions rippled through the sky. It plainly wasn't the airspace of his own world. Kaguya had held the power of sending people into parallel worlds too. Is this something like a kekai or a subspace? About half of it looked like the second-hand knowledge he had of the games his son played, but this place shouldn't be all that different from his own world. Naruto's movements were hindered. So let's look at what Noodles' video says. Noodles' video says, rather than saying this was a place he didn't remember, it would be more accurate to say this was a parallel universe. It plainly wasn't the airspace of his own universe. Airspace of his own world, parallel world. Okay, so what happened here? What happened here is that Noodles found this somewhere on the internet. Or somebody else. Actually, I don't want to imply intentions. I don't know what literally happened. Or what the story is. But what the net result of this is that somebody else's work has been taken, essentially been stolen. It's been changed, as far as I know, without the permission or consent of that person. It's been misrepresented, and then it's been brought into this video without a reference and with those words changed. So they just went in, they found somebody else's work, they copied it over, and then they changed the words that they didn't like to suit their own arguments, and then they didn't provide the credit for it. Let me be very clear. If you do this, you suck. This fucking sucks. You should not do this to other people. It's not okay. If you ever do this in a professional capacity and people find out, you're going to get fired. If you ever do this to a friend or a coworker or a loved one or anything else like that, you have betrayed them and you suck. I'm sorry, but there's no other way to put it. Taking other people's work and modifying it and misrepresenting it without permission, as far as I can tell anyway, and then passing it off to serve your own purposes is not okay. Don't do this. I don't know why I have to make this explicit. We should all have the decency to not do this sort of thing. But because I guess it's controversial, I'll just say that again for the record. In ink, don't fucking do this. Anyway.
Barrier, and remarks that he had seen the technique utilized by Kaguya before, which means that Kaguya's dimensions are also referred to as both time spaces and hyperspaces.
Is that true? They're referred to as time spaces, but... Oh yeah, that's the other thing, right? This author doesn't use the term subspace. They use the term doesn't use the term hyperspace. They use the term subspace, not hyperspace. So there's no mention whatsoever of hyperspace here. And if we go through, we just went through all that stuff with Obito previously, and I didn't see any mention of the term hyperspace in any of the stuff that Obito was talking about. So the introduction of this term as well, hyperspace, isn't there. Let me check out my notes. I have like my general Naruto series notes to see if I missed one. I don't see any reference of hyperspace in the entire script. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misrepresent that or to leave out a term that could potentially be useful. But no, like this novel doesn't use the term hyperspace, so it's not relevant here. Kaguya's dimensions are referred to as time spaces, sure. We've talked about those before. But the term time space in Naruto basically gets used interchangeably with dimension. By the way, I just want to take a moment and say I appreciate all of the emoji stuff going on. It looks like you guys are having a great discussion. I'm enjoying it. I don't want to interrupt. I'm going to keep going with the video, but yeah, keep it going. I am gonna guess actually that's gotta be Karin, right? She's an Uzumaki with the glasses. Yep.
Both the definitions of hyperspace and time space refer to an extra-dimensional or at least 4D space.
Okay, so this is the part where, with apologies to Saria, I think I'm gonna get all this right, but he says that the hyperspaces are referred to as extra-dimensional or 4D spaces. So by this particular definition, yes, a space of more than 3 dimensions would count as a hyperspace. But I think that if you understand that a space-time, right? Space-time is a 3-dimensional space regarded as fused in a 4-dimensional continuum, the curvature of space-time, the fusion together of time and space, then I think Saria was saying this before, right? We, all of us currently, right now, are living in a hyperspace because the space that we are living in is comprised of 3 dimensions and then a 4th dimension of time. Now, obviously, we're not living necessarily in a 4 spatial dimension plus time space. And sometimes people use the term hyperspace, I think, to refer to that. But in the scientific sense, we could accurately say that we are living in hyperspace now because we're living in a 3-dimensional world that also has a fused 4th dimension of time. So yes, Kaguya's spaces are hyperspaces, and so are the main spaces, and so is the inside of the fucking toad, and so is Orochimaru's inner mental world potentially, because they're all places that have dimensions in which time is elapsing. So yes, they're fine. But also space-time and time-space are... Oh, actually, the way that this is per... Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, too. In science, as far as I understand it, it's not really accurate to refer to things as individual space-times, because space-time, space-time, is, as this definition is explaining to us, it's a mathematical model or conceptual theorem or whatnot that regards the 3 spatial dimensions and the time dimension as being part of the same system. So space-time is a theory, like the theory of gravity, the theory of the germ theory of disease. It's something like that, right? It's a set of principles. It's an observation and a way of understanding the universe. It's not like a specific, tangible, individual thing that can be copied or have multiple of it. Be like saying, I don't know, I can't even think of another example because it's so abstract. Or maybe the inertia, I guess. So, or electromagnetism, right? Saying oh yes, you see that thing over there, that's an electromagnetism, and there's a second electromagnetism next to it, and I've just created a new electromagnetism which is different from the first 2 electromagnetisms. Electromagnetism is not a thing, it's a description of the relationships and interactions between forces, right? So it doesn't really make sense to refer to something as being an electromagnetism. The same way it doesn't really make sense to refer to Kaguya's dimensions as time spaces, but they're doing so within Naruto as a way of essentially using like a sci-fi term to denote that these things are alternate places that people can go to. It certainly wouldn't make sense for people to refer to them as space times. Time spaces actually make sense, but space times does not. Anyway. Okay, sorry, Konakuna, moving on.
If you're not familiar with how...
At this rate, it'll take another 5 to 6. I think it'll be faster after this. I think it'll take like 3 weeks. Because the other thing we got to go over is we got to talk about all this stuff, like the Otsutsuki. And then we got to talk about the movie and novel differences. And I think each of those will take 1 stream. But yeah. We just have to get a lot of the difficult stuff out of the way first.
How strong a 4D space is, I highly recommend you go and watch my D space. If you're not familiar with how strong a 4D space is,
I really just can't stand that phrasing of how strong a 4D space is. I mean, how strong is our world right now? How strong, how powerful is our universe? How strong would a 4th spatial dimension make our universe compared to the way that it is now? I mean, come on.
I highly recommend you go and watch my buddy Surfbone's video.
I don't like Surfbone for various reasons, but he does have a couple of videos on this topic. I think I saw this one, and I think it actually does explain things way better than this video. So, whatever. Go check out his channel. Go watch that video. If he does have a couple of things. I think I even left some comments at one point that he helped me understand, like the 4th dimension or something. Oh yeah, because I watched one of his videos, and then he referenced Carl Sagan's Flatland in one of his videos, and then I watched Flatland, and Flatland was like super eye-opening to me. So credit where credit is due, even though we don't get along.
On the topic, or read the...
My crush, how are you this good in physics? So you study a lot. Yeah, I study a lot. Me who watched this till I understand 4D space about universe. Yeah. So when I that's my intention here, really, is just to make sure everybody comes out of the stream with an expert level of understanding in astrophysics. No, but in all seriousness, part of what's been fun about these streams for me is that, I didn't know anything about like a 4th dimensional space, what that even meant, before I started listening to videos like this. And I had to go, or like the other day on stream, we were talking about like how rocket-propelled grenade warheads work. Right, and they're actually really interesting and have really cool mechanisms and shit. I didn't have any idea how those things really worked. I had like the vague Call of Duty knowledge that Noodles has, and then I went and looked it up, and now I understand them, and they're really, really cool. And so I find like when people say things that I find provocative, I tend to go try to look them up to learn more about them, and then I learn more things. So,
tiering system page in character stats and wiki.
Okay.
Surfbone's video on the topic, or read the tiering system page in character stats and wiki.
Okay, so I don't know what character stats and wiki is. I do see something here called character stats and profiles wiki, but I guess that's irrelevant. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find a website called character stats and wiki, so I wasn't able to follow up on this particular comment here. If you can find a website out there called character stats and wiki, please let me know, because I'd love to know what he's talking about. I'm really just at a loss at this point.
There is some contention.
Astrophysics in live, yes. This is the way that I really, all I want to do is be a teacher. Right? This is my way of getting into the education system.
With the statement, because many people question whether or not Naruto knows what a hyperspace is.
Yeah, considering that term is never used in the manga, I think that's a pretty reasonable thing.
But there are many pieces of evidence to prove this, such as the world origin statement.
Okay, let's see. It's okay, Kona, don't let that it's okay, Kona, don't let that word get to you. Think about Giselle and calm down. Giselle, why does that name sound familiar? Not sure what you're referring to, but that's cool. Astrophysics is useless in life with no practical life importance, and use me who uses my physics knowledge to see anime. Well, I love it when different things can kind of enhance each other, right? Like, on the one hand, studying literature or like poetry or whatever, which I studied a little bit of, or like philosophy. I find like studies of philosophy to be kind of time wasty in certain regards, but like the process of learning how to talk about philosophy is something that you can apply to a lot of other things in life. just like how to structure arguments, how to identify premises and support them, and how to debate people, how to have productive conversations, all that stuff. It's very useful. So even though like I never talk about Plato and Socrates or whatever, like never in my day-to-day life, I still learning about them and learning about like some of those foundational philosophical ideas has helped make my brain gooder at do more talk to good other people to talk to good with talking good to them about it. So this is the page. Let's take a look at it real quick. A divine state. My voice cracked. A divine state is gifted from the ancestor of ninja that uses the principles of all creation to... Oh, this is the same thing that we saw before. Yeah. It's a little bit different. Oh, yeah. To acquire the same techniques, abilities, severe training and refining of chakras needed, or the effect would be too small to make... Okay, this is a much better translation, right? Before it was saying you need like the gist of chakra molding. But look at this. The refining of chakra is needed, or the effect would be too small to make a difference. That makes so much more sense. So why didn't he use this translation before? This is so much better. What the hell? One cannot give up. So then, to achieve samsara and destiny's guidance, only those who carry these traits will be given power from the Sage of Six Paths for the first time. This technique was created in hope that people would use it to connect their life force to understand each other, and eventually that the world would attempt to change its way in the long run. This technique is not chosen by ninja to master. It is a technique that chooses ninja. Yeah, this is the same translation we saw before, but it's so much better. So much more accurate. Uses the principles of all creation to command all things in nature. Yeah. None of this says anything about a hyperspace, though. That word hyperspace triggered my PTSD debating with Saitama fans. What exactly is the contention about that term with the One Punch Man crew? I'm curious.
And the statement of Naruto having...
Wow, zoom in. The sensing ability of Madara as the Ten-Tailed Sosa's match exceeded. Okay. That's fine.
There are many pieces of evidence to prove this, such as the world origin statement and the statement of Naruto having reached the peak of sensory capabilities, which
He says it's the height of sensory ability, but okay.
scales above the likes of the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to perceive all things in the universe and grasp the inner workings of heaven and earth.
Not the inner workings, just the workings.
So if there was anyone to know what a hyperspace would be, it would be Naruto.
Again, that's a non sequitur, though. Like, even if Naruto is capable of perceiving those things, which we've not demonstrated that to be the case, that doesn't mean he understands them, and understands how they work. Like, we saw that example just a minute ago with Kakashi, right? Like, he's able to... shit, I lost the page again. But I think you'll recall what we were just talking about before, right? He's able to fix Kakashi's eye and to bring Guy back to life, essentially. But that doesn't mean that he like understands what's happening. He literally like is like looking at Sakura and trying to explain it and being like, I don't. It just kind of. I just he doesn't understand it. He just feels it out, right? So, no, Naruto doesn't somehow gain access to this term hyperspace, which he or nobody else has ever used in the entire series. It doesn't just pop into his head like pre-cooked with a definition that he understands. He doesn't somehow start understanding like what it was like special relativity and Lorentz equations and any of that shit, right? He just knows how to kind of move and flow the energies around him to be able to do stuff he couldn't do before. Like, what the fuck? What's happening? Kona Bro POV hyperspace down to use might gap up. Is might gap a One Punch Man thing as well? Konakon says, here's some lore. Kaguya started the cycle of hatred when she gave everyone chakra. Yeah. Since all chakras connected, people adapted the Otsutsuki mentality and the cycle of hatred was started. Yeah, that's why I think, even though... damn it. Even though the sort of addition of Kaguya into the universe was very abrupt, like it was very sudden, and she wasn't as developed as a villain as other villains were in the series, I still think it was important for Naruto to confront her, because he was trying to like understand the fundamental root cause of the problems in the universe and fix them using his shinobi way, right? That was sort of his whole confrontation with pain. It's like, I'm not going to... Yes, I understand that this is how the entire world works and has always worked, and I don't have a solution. I don't know how to fix it, but fuck it, I'm going to try anyway. And the actual ramifications of doing that are that you have to identify and learn how to fix the fundamental problems with the world. Otherwise, you're all talk, right? So Naruto, I think, needed to confront Kaguya to finish his journey, as well as Sasuke, but Kaguya as well. Yeah. New Thunder God says, study my country history, studying Naruto history. Yeah, exactly. I know. I keep saying to myself that I need to study more American history, for example, because of everything going on. I need to understand the context for it. And I think I've spent about 5 hours with this history audiobook versus 100 hours on fucking Kakuzu versus Pain in the past few months. So, yeah. But you got to do what motivates you.
Naruto has also seen Kaguya's dimensions and directly compares them to the same ability as Momoshiki is using then.
Yeah, he definitely does, I think, correctly correlate the abilities. That's fine.
So his credibility really can't get any higher. Anyway,
he has 0 credibility when it comes to actually explaining the machinations of how these things work.
Anyway, Momoshiki's universes are also called parallel worlds.
Okay, so notice thus far that we haven't actually... he said Momoshiki's universes, but for all we know, Momoshiki only has the one universe. We haven't seen him demonstrate multiple universes, at least up to the point in the series that I've seen. And also, he's the one that's introducing this term universe, right? Apart from whatever this source is. So this is the one thing, excuse me, that I actually don't have. So I'm going to look on my other monitor here. Let's see if I can find this, because I haven't actually looked this up yet. In a parallel universe, will Boruto vindicate his honor? Okay, that did not turn up anything. Nope. Okay, so in order to save Naruto, who's been kidnapped by Momoshiki and his comrades, Boruto, Sasuke, and the 5 Kage head together to a parallel universe. Okay, so I'll just show that I search for that just to be transparent. Oh, is it? It's probably not showing up on the... Oh shit! I just realized. Yeah, my bad. There were probably parts earlier in this video where I brought up windows side by side next to each other. I forgot that I wasn't capturing screen. I was just capturing the one window, and so I had multiple windows over each other. For context there, I was just overlaying like an image of the kanji from the video and trying to kind of go through and look for it in the scan that I'd posted. I'll go back and watch the VOD and see if that actually showed up, and if not, maybe I'll post some links to static images of that. Did you guys see did that come through okay when I shared the picture of the scan from the Japanese data book? If that's on screen, then that was the most important thing. Yeah, so the thing is, maybe this is actually correct. Maybe this is 100% accurate, and maybe this is whatchamacallit, this is the end-all be-all thing that we should take over the manga, over the movies, over everything else.
Anyway,
thing is,
Momoshiki's universes are also called parallel worlds. There are certain...
I have no idea what the fuck this is, or where this is from, or why we should believe it. Why should we be taking this over any of the other stuff that we've seen? You know what I mean? Let me see if I can pull up my Translate app at least to try and get something here. Camera. Okay. So it's not really doing a good job. This says jump. This says save my father. And it's not... Oh, this says the Otsutsuki clan over here. Yeah, so this is another thing that I could ask somebody to... Oh no, that debate that you're referencing, Kona, that's a little tetchy. Did you ever see Douchebag Chocolat Demolition D Plus's video on that subject? It's taken down now. I wish I could find it. Makes some kind of interesting points. Anyway, yeah. So maybe this is true, but again, like I see no reason to take this at face value, especially because previously other people's work was simply taken with no reference and edited and misrepresented. If Noodles had actually established some credibility thus far, I'd probably overlook that for this, but there's no reason for us to accept this at face value. You really need to cite your sources and to provide evidence for where this translation is coming from, which he just like refuses to do for some fucking reason. But let's read this. A battle in a parallel universe will Boruto vindicate his honor. So this is from episode 64. Oh, okay, it's like a synopsis of episode 64 of the anime, I'm guessing. But episode 64, like I just watched it, and there's no mention by any character in the anime of this term, right? Nobody in episode 64 says universe or parallel universe. But if you don't believe me, or you want to verify it for yourself, either way, go watch episode 64 of Boruto and see if any of these terms come up. Also kind of weird that some parts are highlighted and are not. I don't know why this is like weirdly orange, whatever. Oshiki Kinshiki. Yes. Yep, I mean this all seems like like a decent representation, but the terms universe, again, these are the only times that we're really seeing them. Again, so far we've only seen the term universe apply in that other thing, the other unquoted or unreferenced notes app thing, and then we're seeing it again for a second time here with an unreferenced source from some fucking thing, right?
Certain groups of people out there that think Momoshiki and Kaguya did not create their dimensions, but
okay,
this
here we
is
actually have
easily
something
disproved by a statement in the Boruto novel where it says
what the fuck. Okay, hang on a minute.
Not create their.
Okay, so at least we actually have the transcript of, I guess, quote-unquote, the Boruto novel here. We don't have a page. That would be too much to ask to actually know what fucking page this is from, but at least this supposedly is a reference to that book. But again, like, there's a red line going down the middle of the page. What part of the text is this referring to? Is it stuff on the left? Is it stuff on the right? Like, this doesn't really help us at all. I'm guessing maybe the stuff that's in this parenthesis is parenthesis is what Naruto is thinking to himself in his own head with the ... But I also don't see an ellipsis in this text over here. ... Right? Assuming this is an ellipsis, it doesn't even look like it's from the same thing. So again, this is thoroughly unhelpful. Maybe, hang on one second, I can kind of make out what looks like a dude sitting down or so. One second. I actually have this too. So yeah, let me see. See if I can find it. We can see that kind of this is in the... Okay, maybe I found it. Oh, yeah, okay. I did find it. So it's page 192. I'm gonna post these screenshots in the server later. Let me see if I can just get this up here. Anybody who's watching who wants to take a look and see. I'll try to follow my own word and at least get the page number in there if I can. A little awkward. Microphone right up my nose. One second. Okay. And there we go. Okay, so. Oh, bye-bye, New Thunder God. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us and keep the discussion lively. I hope you have a great day and a good start to your week. So insert photo. We go. Nothing incriminating in the photo. Alright, so Let me just pull that up. And here we go. Come on, let me copy it. Oh, what's wrong with you? No. I'm sorry. This is giving me more trouble than I thought it would. Okay, will that work? I still think this would be valuable, so even though it's kind of slowing things down, hopefully you guys agree. Okay. All right, almost there, almost there. Let's see. I don't know why this one is so much more difficult than the previous one. Okay, hopefully that's coming across on stream. So, this is the page on 192. I can post it in the Discord. You can see it's the same because we see the outline of Gaara over here, and there's Chojuro over there on the left. We can also see that there's this sort of black bar on the right, and that matches up with the black bar here as well. Yep, the black bar over here, and then here's Gaara, and here's Chojuro. I think this is Gaara. So let's see if I don't know if you can actually do Google Translate via a picture on. Can we actually translate this image? Right. Translate images. I feel like I'm wasting too much time on this. Oh, never mind. Here we go. Okay, let's try. Yeah, this could be fun. Okay. So it does look like it's the right page. Okay. Keeping in mind that this is not an official translation. We should get this translated by a human. But Kurayaro Naruto was in the dark. Seemed like it was that far from the Hidden Leaf Village, but it was an unfamiliar place, or rather a different world. It was. It was very dark and the sky was distorted. It was clear that this was not his world. And also had the power to send people to another world. It was something like a barrier or subspace. Mosquito. Half of it was just a repeat of the settings of a game my son was playing, but it shouldn't have been. Too far off from the reality. I can't move or strain to a post, I realized. This one is essentially common, especially common. It takes a long time. Okay, so clearly this is not like 100% accurate, but it is the right page at least, so I gotta give credit for that. Was that so hard? Could you not just like show what the page number was? And then interestingly, we're getting the term subspace, not hyperspace, and we're getting world, not universe, right? So again, I will ask someone to translate this, an actual human who actually knows the language, but it wouldn't really have been that much harder to just provide that additional context. I don't think that that's unfair or like rude of me to ask for, right? Especially since you're taking somebody else's work.
Dimensions, but this is easily disproved by a statement in the Boruto novel where it says that Momoshiki was dimensions, but this is easily disproved by a statement in the Boruto.
So this is almost worse, right? We get this scan that gets overlaid with the other scans. It gets immediately zoomed up and then zoomed in so we can only read part of it. Look at the way that this is formatted here, right? It's like cut off. The words are cut off. They're split between the individual places. It's in like ASCII or something. I don't know what this font is. It looks very utilitarian, just put it that way. But that's not the point. The font doesn't really matter all that much. What matters is, again, the accuracy of what's being presented and the presentation and the reading out of it. Let's listen to it again.
Kaguya did not create their dimensions, but this is easily disproved by a statement in the Boruto novel where it says that Momoshiki was...
Notice that he now refers to this as the Boruto novel. Now maybe that's just an innocent mistake, but previously he referred to this as the Momoshiki novel. So the way it's being presented, and it also has a different format, right? Like it's formatted differently, different font and everything. It kind of sounds like he's saying, here's this novel. This is the Momoshiki novel. And then also there's another piece of evidence from a second novel, which is called the Boruto novel. So there's two different pieces of evidence. But this is actually, of course, from the same thing, right? If we just go, I don't think, yes, okay. So this is on page, what is it? Where's the page? 86 of this document here. And I can post this. I have to check with Sage to make sure it's okay to share, but like I can post this if people want to read it. Momoshiki, who had passed from being an ogre into a comrade-eating fiend and transformed into an inhumane demon, begun to suck the chakra from his surroundings. He was even draining the chakra that was beyond the parallel dimension he'd made. Sasuke can clearly see the stream with his Rinnegan. It could only mean one thing. He plans to indiscriminately eat up all this star's chakra. Okay, so I would, again, like to have this translated as well. Because, for one, Noodles kind of missed something here, right? Like, he could have said that, used this quote to say that Momoshiki was going to devour a star. So there's a missed opportunity there. But interestingly, the thing to me that stands out about this is that we don't see this happen in the novel. We can go, in the fucking manga. We can go through and read it together if that would be helpful. But it's in chapter 6, 7, or 8, somewhere around there. At no point was there any indication of there being a stream of chakra that is flowing from another dimension. I just watched the anime. It's not in the anime. I just watched the movie. It's not in the movie. And I just reread Boruto. It's not in that either. What Momoshiki does in this, you know what, fuck it. Let's bring it up at least to scroll through it. What Momoshiki does in this situation is he brings Naruto into his dimension, and while Naruto is in there, he sucks chakra away from Naruto. Right? Here we go. This is chapter 7. This is the dimension that they're in, by the way. There's a big god tree in the middle. And apparently it's a god tree that is flowered because there's the fruit on top of it. Momoshiki is draining Naruto's chakra out of him. Says, such ridiculously enormous chakra. This is taking too long. And then, his friends come to help him out. The 5 Kage and they come in to assist him. And at this point, the only chakra that Momoshiki is draining is from Naruto himself. Now, I think later on, he does start to drain the chakra from other people. Somewhere around here. But let's take a look. Sasuke says you can absorb others' jutsu and use them as your own attacks, but that ammunition is gone once you use it. They decide they have to take him down with brute force. Then Kinshiki, I think... this is where, so then Momoshiki sort of syncs up with Kinshiki. Kinshiki offers up his chakra to Momoshiki. He eats it, consumes it, the chakra fruit, and gets much more powerful. And there he turns into this version of himself. I think that the term for this guy is fused Momoshiki, right? It's like Noodles read himself, yeah, basically. Definitely comes across as fanfic. So I'm going to call this guy fused Momoshiki. Let me know if that's inaccurate. I've just heard that term be used for him. So he cuts down the tree, starts fighting the 5 Kage, is able to sort of handily defeat them, is just busting them apart, Then Naruto and Sasuke knocks them all out instantly. At this point, again, he's not actually draining chakra from anyone. He's just fighting them. But later on, he's going to use some of the Cinnabar pills. Those are the little chakra pills that are made out of the fruit of the god tree. So he has this fight. He looks like he's defeated, or at least knocked out by the Susanoo. And then Katasuke shows up and fucks everything up by firing off the stored up chakra stuff. So here Momoshiki grabs the incoming attack and absorbs it into the Rinnegan. And then he gets up and then fires it back. And this specifically, previously he absorbed a shadow possession from Shikamaru. And he uses it here to trap them all. And now they can't move. And Naruto gets these chakra rods or whatever they are embedded in him. So he's not doing particularly well. And then Momoshiki starts to do this. This might be him draining chakra from them. It's not super clear. But I think he says, I'm going to finish you off altogether in a flash. So no, he's charging up an attack that he's going to use to blast them apart. And then this is when Boruto uses his vanishing Rasengan, right? The invisible Rasengan. Throws it, disappears. Okay. So let's compare that to, it undoes the jutsu. I don't think at any point here he starts absorbing chakra from outside the universe. What he does do here in chapter 9 is that he pulls out a couple more of those cinnabar pills from his... so maybe this is what it's referring to, right? Like, he pops out the cinnabar pills from the Rinnegan in his hand, like they're coming out of a portal, and then he, like, eats them, and then he gets much more powerful, like, amps up. Like, he's kind of like going Super Saiyan over here. And then Naruto and Boruto collaborate together. There's this kind of nice panel over here, honestly, of them getting ready to use their attack. And I think there's a cool, in the anime anyway, I think there's a cool thing where Naruto and Boruto and Sasuke do like a Rinnegan swap, an Amino Techikara swap. He makes what looks like a TSO, but might just be like a big explosive ball. In the anime, this is presented as more like a Rasengan as opposed to a TSO. Yeah, but there's some cool stuff going on here with the swapping and whatnot. Comes from behind and then gets him. So at no point here have we seen anything that refers to a stream of chakra being like sucked out of the place or anything like that. What does the novel say? Let's see. So this is Kinshiki. So Momoshiki sucks up Kinshiki. So that was like chapter 6 or whatever. And then eats the chakra fruit and then explains what it is and how that's working. He refers to the planet that they're on as this star. So the term star is referring to the planet they're standing on. Now he eats the chakra. Now he's truly an ogre. I think the kanji for this is more like Oni. It's more like demon rather than like Shrek. He doesn't become fucking Shrek. But anyway, Momoshiki had passed from being an ogre into a Kamadine fiend and transforms. So this is right after he transforms. Then he starts to suck in chakra from his surroundings, and Sasuke could see the stream. So no, he doesn't start to do anything like this. Momoshiki released fire from his hand in the shape of a monkey and a dog. I don't think we saw this happen, right? So all of this stuff, lived on this star, will be able to greet tomorrow. All of this stuff after here was stuff that was added in the novel. Now, if you want to take the novel literally and you want to take this as your primary source, canon or whatever, and just have a discussion about how the novel canon has characters that can absorb things from around, like beyond the surroundings, then okay, that's fine. But this isn't being presented as a novel-only feat. This is being presented as just something that happens in the series, right? I don't think we've gotten a sufficient caveat to say that we shouldn't look at the whole series this way. It's just something that the novel clarifies. But it's not a clarification. This is not like saying, oh yeah, by the way, this actually happened in the series and it was just never mentioned or whatever. The dialogue is different. The sequence of events is different. The jutsu that are being used is different. Everything is different. This is its own spin-off. It's its own standalone thing. So this should not be taken, not be given precedent over the manga itself. And when the manga and the movie and the anime don't contain this, then this is just like a 1 in 4 thing, right? This should not take precedence over the other representations. Konakun says, let me tell you a real multiversal feat. Goku and Beerus at the start of TBS were going to destroy the entire Dragon Ball macrocosm just by clashing their punches. Oh shit, I really got to read that. That sounds awesome. And the Dragon Ball macrocosm was comprised of the living universe. Oh shit, so like, yeah, the land of the living and the Kai realm. Yeah, that's crazy. Their power has to be like off the chain. And it said that the living universe gets lost in the skies of the other world. Name a feat in Naruto. Yeah, no, there's nothing close to that, Kona. That's just completely different, like a completely different universe of power that we're talking about there. Okay, so to kind of recap over here, this again is from the same novel. It's not from a different novel. It's from the same person, the same translator. It uses the term parallel dimension, not universe. There's no instance of clearly seeing the stream with his Rinnegan in the other 3 forms of this medium. So I see no reason why anyone should look at this and come away with this as the correct understanding of what happened in that fight.
Draining chakra beyond the parallel dimension he made. He made it. Yeah, directly stated.
Yeah.
And as for Kaguya, there's a statement in the fourth.
Do I have a problem with I don't necessarily have a problem with the Otsutsuki being able to create their own spaces or dimensions. I mean, you have to figure that somebody created the Kamui space, right? And we see Hagoromo and Hamura creating a Chibaku Tensei that's the size of, that is literally the moon. The idea that a higher ranking Otsutsuki member who's like hopped up on pills could potentially create a larger planet or whatever. I don't necessarily feel the need to argue that too intensely, but that doesn't mean that they created an entire universe populated with 4 quintillion black holes. Like, go ahead, show me show me Momoshiki making 4 quintillion black holes. If you can do that, then I think we have a grounds to maybe have a conversation. But that's just like astronomically vastly different from what we actually see.
That a book about one of Kaguya's jutsu, the Aminominaka, which is Kaguya's ability to...
Okay, creating dimensions as she pleases, the divine power of the founder that awakened the eye. It's a technique that Kaguya, who owns the Rinne Sharingan, uses. In an instant, she can move the world she's in together with other people to a different dimension. Places she can move to are the dimensions of lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid. And these 5 dimensions are directly connected by the first dimension. When she activates it, she uses up a large quantity of chakra, so it's a technique that only she, who has an enormous power, can use. She forcibly drags them into a particular dimension. There's no way to oppose it, and it's impossible to go back to the original dimension from here with your own strength. It's a dreadful technique. Okay, so this entire page has several mentions of the term that describes the space that they're in. Every single instance of the term is dimension, right? There's no universe. There's no hyperspace. It's always dimension, 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 dimension. Developers, developers, developers. Okay?
Move worlds around. In the title description of this ability, it says, creating dimensions as she pleases, which directly proves she was creating the dimensions she was shifting Naruto and Sasuke around in.
Well, she might have created them at some point in the past. Again, like, I don't have a problem with her ability to, like, you know, like, especially merge with nature and, like, imagine her just having consumed the fruit of the divine tree and being at full power and having all the chakra on Earth consolidated into herself. The idea that she could make a small planet, I'm okay with that. I mean, we could argue about it, right? We can be like, okay, if the planet is like planet Earth and it has like a molten core in the center of it, then the amount of energy it would take to make something like that might be beyond their abilities. And yeah, sure. But I'm willing to just agree with that. I'm willing to just say, like, you know what, fuck it. They're demigods. They could create small planets. Okay, fine, whatever. Even though that's not explicitly proven. I think it's implied well enough that there's enough evidence there that you could support that position. But again, that has nothing to do with creating a universe. And that also, or a universe comparable in size to our own. And that also isn't what Kaguya is literally doing. You know, she doesn't literally break down and rewrite the world every single time she uses Aminominaka. She has 5 dimensions or 6 dimensions that are already extant, and then it's worded in different ways. Sometimes it's phrased as though she's taking other people to the different dimensions. Sometimes it's more phrased as though she's summoning the dimension onto herself. She's swapping between places. Sometimes she uses the portal. Sometimes she just makes it like manifest. It's a little abstract, but basically it's I think there's a point in the fight where, like, she's in one place, Sasuke's in another place, and then Naruto or some of the other characters are in a third place. So at least 3 of these spaces can exist simultaneously without being rewritten, and Zetsu makes it very clear, as well as this page makes it clear, that the root time space is connected to the other spaces. And so the way they're described as if they are all extant spaces that can exist simultaneously. So the world itself is not being rewritten, as this statement on the right says. Every single time that she uses the ability, she's either moving herself and people to those spaces, or she's moving those locations to where everybody else is now. If you think of these as overlapping dimensions, right, that are basically all like sort of adjacent to each other, then basically she's just like causing the dimensions around them to shift while keeping them still, so that they all wind up in a different place. An analogy that somebody used the other day was, I think was pretty astute. It's like, imagine you were all standing on top of a globe, right? And you were standing like at the North Pole, for example, and you and your friends like hovered a few inches above the ground, and then somebody like a god grabbed the earth and then spun it around so that now you were all standing over like South America, and then you dropped down and you like kind of calmly landed on the surface. Well, at that point, the space around you would have shifted and your entire environment would have changed as a result. Now, that doesn't mean that Antarctica was just rewritten and turned into South America, right? It'd obviously be quite different. But that being said, there's some interpretation here. I just don't think that it's like she's literally disassembling things at a molecular level and putting them back together in an instant. When she brings out her eternal or expansive truth-seeking orb, that is kind of what she's doing, right? Then she's kind of rewriting the whole space. But that's different from the Ame no Minaka. It's a different jutsu. Oh, hey, Thunder God, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. I've been trying to make your streams whenever I see the notifications. It's always a really good time. Thank you again for your encouraging comment that you gave me. It was a couple of weeks ago on one of my videos. Was it the speed scaling one, I think? Definitely very much appreciated. I've definitely enjoyed your content over the years. It means a lot for you to stop by and say hi. Sorry in advance, my fucking office is still acting up weeks into it. But yeah, how's everything going? Are you working on any any new irons in the fire, new videos that you're excited about coming out soon? And give us a little sneak preview. Oh yeah, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Sorry if you hear a little clacking in the background. I'm just trying to take a cough drop to keep my keep me from packing up a lung on stream here. But let's continue.
Proves she was creating the dimensions she was shifting Naruto and Sasuke around in. The truth.
Yeah, just to recap, I do think it's fine if she like created the dimensions in the first place.
Seeking Orb Databook page also.
Okay, let's see. Wait, what did he say?
Mentions she was shifting Naruto and Sasuke around in. The Truth Seeking Orb Databook page also supports this idea.
Truth Seeking Orb Databook page. So, I said before that I kind of found it irritating that we weren't getting pages, and specific page numbers and stuff. This is something I really do appreciate because at the end of the day, we have the opportunity to go look this up and to go through the translation, ask for it to be translated. This is genuinely appreciated. So yes, good for this. As for the translation itself, the one who carries the truth-seeking black orbs will be granted the truth of all things. Those who blossom the six paths senjutsu can wear these black orbs that comprise all five chakra natures as well as yin and yang. Floating behind the user in the form of a circle, each of the orbs can be manipulated at will. Although each is the size of a fist, hidden inside those orbs is the power to easily obliterate an entire forest. Okay, keep that phrasing in mind. With the power of all things in creation, in quotes, I think this is referring to the creation of all things jutsu. Simply put, the black orbs can be, can be freely altered, their shape, and the several natures inside can be combined to reveal a variety of effects in either offense or defense. It's a power that easily exceeds both Kekkei and Kai and Mora. Usually orbs therefore can be freely changed. Okay, thrown in the forms of fast projectiles. Be pulled and stretched into... Yeah, okay. That all makes sense. It all seems consistent. Obliterate an entire forest. Obviously, like, a phrasing like that is a little sketchy to use for precise power scaling, but it's fine. Like, the data book descriptions weren't necessarily written for people to out of the box just use for, like, mathematical power scaling or whatever. We can get the impression that the individual small orbs can blow up large areas of terrain. That's the gist of it, and I think that's fine. And then we can extrapolate that, like, okay, if one of these individual orbs being detonated can blow up like a large area of terrain, then obviously a much more massive one the size of a small moon can blow up a huge area. So it sets the stage, I think, and gives us some context for just how powerful these things are. That's fine.
As it reveals that within the orb is the power of all of creation.
Well, it's not quite. It's the power of all things in creation. And the fact that this is in quotations, I think, emphasizes the fact that it's a reference to the creation of all things jutsu. And the creation of all things jutsu is a specific technique that involves manipulating, yin and yang. It's not that the balls themselves can, like, create universes or anything like that. With that being said, understanding that What is the actual term? Truth-seeking balls. Understanding that, oh, it's probably already here. Okay. Let's look at Naruto Versity's translation. The one who carries the truth-seeking black orbs will be granted the truth of all things. I think this is the same. Yeah, I think so. Multifarious truth-seeking balls. Yep. Or truth-seeker, truth-seeking. So there might be a little different. Lentisaurs, black force be altered in the shape. Oh yeah, so here it says encompassing all the power of 5 natures. Use the orbs can be manipulated at will. I'm sorry, what was the specific phrase I was looking for? With the power of all things in creation. Oh yeah. Oh, see, here we go. So by simply understanding the power of all things in creation, the black orbs can be freely altered in their shape. Okay. Yeah, so the creation of all things jutsu is Hagoromo's ability to manipulate shape and give form to imagination and breathe life into imagined things, right? So it makes sense that the creation of all things jutsu, which lets him freely shape and alter things, would be the driving force behind the these particular black orbs, behind the truth-seeking balls. That doesn't, in a sense, they're embodying the principles of all creation, in that, like, I think there's a statement that the principles of light and dark and the principles of contrasting things, of opposing forces, wind up giving rise to all things in the universe. But again, that seems to be a reference specifically to Hagoromo's technique, more so than the balls themselves having some sort of hack or some sort of universal power that's beyond comprehension or anything like that.
This statement is practically repeated in the expanding truth-seeking orb databook page, which states that comprising all 5
Okay. Expansive is a bit different from expanding, but anyway, it's listed as a Kekemora ninjutsu, so we use the divine tree to absorb chakra from the shinobi, mastermind true secret orb. The equivalent black orbs that appear behind Naruto's back. Yep, so this is just a larger version of that, essentially. It had the power to obliterate the world and return it to nothing. It's created to reshape the world. It was a huge mass of chaos.
Elements in yin yang, it had the power to obliterate the world and return it to nothing. Composed of all chakra natures, a vast,
comprised of all chakra natures, but yeah.
expanding mass is filled to the brim, created to reshape the world. This statement proves
slightly irritated that he cut off the sentence there. It's created to reshape the world. It was a huge mass of chaos. Oh, sorry, I missed a couple of comments there. Konakun says, give us some Kushina Glaze Park. Yep, I want that agenda to propagate. All these calc translations and interpretation just to say Kushina victims. At the end of the day, yeah, they're not beating Kushina. Does Kaguya even scale to her truth seeker orbs? I think in the same way that if, like, Naruto stood still and hit one of his clones threw Rasen Shuriken at him, that he wouldn't survive that, especially without, like, Sage 6 Paths powers. No, I don't think if Kaguya, like, Naruto punches one of Kaguya's arms off, which is crazy. I didn't realize that until recently. And so yeah, no, I don't think she is gonna be able to survive that. Sakura, just using, like, physical power, basically broke one of her horns, which is one of her bones, right? Just, like, snapped one of her fucking bones off. So I don't think that horn, let alone the rest of her body, are going to tank a TSO.
Vast expanding mass is filled to the brim, created to reshape the world. This statement proves that Kaguya was going to return the world to nothing with her expansive truth-seeking orb, which is supported by Black Zetsu's statements that it was going to be the beginning of a new space.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Now, there's sort of two ways that I've interpreted this in the past. One is, this is what I thought, like, what I still think in my headcanon anyway, is that the way that Kaguya creates her own dimensions and her own spaces, what's being implied here is that each of these dimensions, each of these spaces was created via the use of a big TSO. Like, if Kaguya is like, I'm kind of done with the whole, like, ice dimension and acid thing, I want, like, a jungle dimension now. And if she wants to make a new one, she would have to make a big TSO. TSO has, like, all 5 chakra natures and yin and yang and everything in it, gets all the energy together from a planet, and then rewrites that planet, or even makes a new planet or whatever that suits her needs and has the properties and that she wants. New vacation home, basically. So that was always how I saw this. if for whatever reason that doesn't seem to be supported or whatever, you could just say that, yep, if you take this TSO and then like run it through the planet and obliterate it and break it down to all its constituent parts, you can then reassemble them using the creation of all things to make whatever new space you want out of all the energy that you just broke apart and disassembled. You have a ball that's full of the chakra natures. You have all that matter. So you have matter and energy, and then you have jutsu that let you manipulate matter and energy, and you could just like reforge it all. That also seems totally fine to me. He's about to start talking about the start of a new time space. The translation here says time space, but he said space. So let's hear him out and see what he has to say about that.
I know the statement says time space, but as many people have mentioned before, this is actually a mistranslation.
Why? I would like to know why that's a mistranslation. I mean, that is the official Viz publication. Not that Viz is correct 100% of the time by any means, but where is the evidence? Like, what is the impetus for believing that time space is wrong, but space is correct? I mean, removing time from this doesn't really help his position as far as I can tell, because time space, as we talked about, are just places in which time is flowing. So I don't get what the point of this is, I guess. Like, if that is the case, if it is a mistranslation, I think we should use the correct translation, regardless of whatever agenda it serves or whatever. But I'm not seeing the reasoning for why that is the case. Kind of curious, says Howard Brahma, how Kaguya would have actually done for creating the next time space. Yeah, I wish we could have seen that, honestly. Seen, like, the birth of that. The birth of that new space. Let me cook bad food. I want to smell the bullshit real quick. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. For sure. Yeah, it's kind of filling up the whole space with that redolence. Ugh. But yeah, I'd be curious to see what that space would look like.
I know the statement says time space, but as many people have mentioned before, this is actually a mistranslation. It actually just says space.
Like, burnt toast is like a great metaphor for this video.
The kanji used is called kukan, which literally means space in Japanese.
Okay, so I am again, like, really would like to see the actual kanji in the original. I'm actually not sure where to look up the raw Japanese version of the manga. If somebody could point me in that direction, I'd be happy to look it up. But in the meantime, I think I looked this up previously. Obviously, I'm not fluent in Japanese by any means, but kukan is actually two kanji. Okay? It's two. There's this, and then there's this. Now, this does mean interval or space, but this on the left means ward or district. Right? So the definitions for kukan are section, interval, section or a portion of a journey of a course, ward, a district, interval, space. But yes, this does actually mean interval of space, but these together, but this on its own is not kukan, right? This is something else. Let's see. We search that up. I'm gonna play this. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. Oh, it's not gonna play. I think this is ma. I think I looked this up at one point. See if I can just use Google Translate. Oh, cool. Whoa, 110 new languages. It's amazing. Yeah, ma, right? No, just this.
Ma.
Yeah, ma.
Ma.
And then this, just to be clear.
Kukan. Kukan.
Kukan. And ma. Right, so this is not kukan. Fucking hell. It's not that hard. You know, all I have to do is just Google it. I don't know any Japanese, really. Like, I know stuff that I've learned from anime. I went and visited once, and so I learned some tourist stuff. Toire wa doko desu ka? That's basically the extent of my knowledge, right? But, that being said, it didn't really take us that long to figure this out, right? It's not too much to ask. If you're going to put a kanji on screen to just look up and make sure you're using the right one. Okay. Anyway, and also to just show it in context. Excuse me. Anyway, that's his alternative channel. Yeah, Burnt Toast Media, starring a bowl of udon noodles. Yeah, if it's a mistranslation, then show the correct translation. Yeah, show it in context, please. Konakun, he couldn't get his translator to do it for him, so he's too lazy to... I mean, it might be something like that, yeah. The thing is, there are some really decent people who are more than willing to provide free translations. Like the people in Sage's Thick Calves server were like super generous to me. Like I offered to pay, like to commission the translation, and before I could even like finish making the offer, they already had it done. It's crazy. You don't even have to like work very hard because people are so willing to participate, but I guess you have to actually be willing to connect with them. Oh yeah, Thunder God. I'm really super stoked that Thunder God stopped by, and he left me a really nice comment on one of the previous streams too. It was really awesome. I mean, look, for what it's worth, Noodles has attracted a certain number of people that I think have made good content as well. I mean, like Swag, I've enjoyed some of his stuff before. Six, I know, has like a positive relationship with Noodles. You know, I don't think his content is like awfully, like totally without merit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about it so extensively. It's just that, yeah. I think the biggest disappointment is that, like, to me, as somebody who I would have described myself as like a fan of his in the past, maybe even still in a weird way, but like the channel has so much potential. Like there's so much opportunity there for like cool and provocative arguments and interesting and entertaining debates, and it just, like, I don't know, spiraled out of control. Like the last video, what was the last actual official video that he uploaded a while ago was this it's just an embarrassment. Like, I don't know what else to say. I don't actually encourage anybody to watch this, but if you're curious, it's basically like he uses a fake identity to go into Batman's server and basically just rehashes a debate from 2 years ago, which he lost previously, and essentially loses again. People figure out who he is, like what his identity is, and once they figured out who he is, he goes on this like pretty disgusting tirade where he just like screams obscenities at the top of his lungs, like you can hear his voice cracking, like insulting Batman's like whole family, just like really like stomach churning shit. I'm like, how did we get from like maybe I disagree with everything in this video, maybe I think it's terrible or whatever, I'm so mean about it, whatever, but at least it's interesting. At least there's been some research done. It's a collaboration between multiple people who actually care and are interested in and taking the time to start an interesting and thought-provoking discussion about the Naruto universe. So in a way, it's a net positive. There are things I want to correct. There are things that I find, you know, unfortunate and even reprehensible, like taking other people's work and editing it without permission. But that being said, it's still a contribution. It's still positive content. And then you have that shit like that undercover video, and it's just like, what the fuck happened? Like honestly. That's not a rhetorical question. I want to know, I want to understand how you go from making this to making something like that, and I don't get it. It really sucks. I feel like we all missed out on like the Noodles hero arc, and we got the WWE villain arc instead. Oh well. At least we can still have some conversations about it. But thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it, Howard, and thank you again, Thunder God, for stopping by and for your words of encouragement as well. It does mean a lot. Howard, Kona is asking about the same translator who got the translation wrong in the Minato one shot. I'm not sure about that. What was the translation that they got wrong? Howard says, I don't know, I'm just making fun of this lame casually. Yeah. Get good is the message of the day. If you say Six or Swag, just know that they have been everywhere. They'll be on the stream maybe sooner than later. Yeah, I mean, like, I'd be happy to chat with either of them. You know, like Swag, obviously, I've made videos about 2 of his debates. I'd be happy to have a conversation with him. I'd love to hear what he has to say. There's a couple of things that I've kind of found disagreeable about what he said, but I get the impression that he'd be the sort of person to, you know, he plays things up for the sake of a debate. Like he like talks over people, and that's a little annoying or whatever, but I haven't really detected overt hostility from him, except for the whole, well, at least during the Naruto debate stuff. So anyway, I would be curious to hear his thoughts. I'd be, eager to have a conversation with him about anything Naruto related. Art says, I don't hate the idea of discussion, but when done to be unprofessionalism for the sake of making waves and you don't have to, yeah, that said, yeah, I'll agree with that, right? I want to make sure to always give credit for the work that's done, and for the good within that. But then also, if you are making your brand, going around and harassing people, and starting fights for no reason, and that's what you contribute to the space, to the to the Kukan after a while, sorry, then it's just like, yeah, it's not so good. Noodles translator told Noodles that Kurama was comparing Minato to Hashirama's generation. Oh, that thing on the Sage stream. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's just a whole big misunderstanding that's super easy to clear up if you just like collaborate with people, right? Collaboration is so important. Like, I did not figure out all this stuff on my own, and I'm never going to, because there's just so much knowledge and information out there. We should be helping each other out, right? We should be helping each other to understand things better. And if we have debates that are competitions, that's fine. Like, some good, healthy competition can help motivate each other to grow and to do better. But there's a difference between like competition and hostility, if that makes sense. Howard says, look, all I'm saying is thousands of us that want to see the burnt toast get zappy. Well, okay. On the one hand, I'm not trying to be contrary, Howard. On the one hand, there's a part of me that would find that kind of cathartic. But I actually used to go to Jay's streams pretty frequently. And when I was there, and look, this is just my perspective, but I encouraged him to drop it. And on the brief window when I was on Noodles Discord, I also encouraged him to drop it because, yes, it's kind of entertaining. Yes, it's funny. But also, that's not what I want out of Naruto. Like, I still personally am highly motivated by a series about this kid who was, lonely and misunderstood and got the shit beaten out of him and was betrayed, but still decided to turn that all into empathy and learn to understand other people despite, like, the barriers between them. That's what Naruto's already been to me about. And to me, it feels disrespectful for two people to decide to beat the shit out of each other, even if it's like tongue-in-cheek, even if it's like for the views, for the content or whatever, because over a disagreement, and such a petty disagreement too, about like a misunderstanding of the series, it just feels contrary to me to the ethics of the Kishimoto and the series are trying to represent. So I get it. Like, I've seen like the guy from Game Grumps, Aaron from Game Grumps, participated in that whole YouTuber boxing tournament. As long as under the hood it's all like I said, tongue-in-cheek and like shake hands afterwards or whatever, it's like an honorable thing, I guess, for lack of a better phrasing, then that's fine. But if it's generally like a grudge match, like hatred that's being manifested in violence, I can't support that. It just really sucks. But yeah, I would like I want somebody to come along who's like a better debater than me and a better debater than Swag. No offense to Swag, but like, he's not like an expert debater, and maybe not quite as somebody who would be a little bit more tolerant than somebody like than Apollo or whatever, and just kind of summarily completely win a debate against Noodles and just like put the shit to rest, right? You know what I mean? And I do think that both of Swag's debates against him were victories for Swag. I think that the Apollo debate was a victory for Apollo as well. But it just, like, somebody who's a little bit more, maybe Sage will be the one to do it, maybe I should look forward to that for that reason. We'll see. Hiruzen is referred to as third generation. Hashi called Minato by fourth generation. Kurama said first generation. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think Sage did a pretty good job of addressing that too. I appreciate you clarifying that. But yeah, when I heard that, it was just like one of those things. I was just like, is it really that hard to clear that up, guys? Like, is it really worth making that much of a stink about? It seemed like pretty easy to resolve. Howard said they practically made what they wanted. I don't like violence, but if they won't commit, should I really stop if they got past the gates of forgiveness too much already? I don't know. I think I respect your position on it, for what it's worth. Like, I don't think there's a wrong answer necessarily. I just personally, it just feels sort of uncomfortable to me personally, because that's not what I necessarily want the the debate stuff to be about. But I think I used this analogy in the past. Like, I used to really love watching these rap battles out of King of the Dot in Toronto in Canada, and Grind Time as well in the UK. And people would show up and they would, usually shake hands and then go at each other with like the most vicious personal insults possible to a rhythm. And then oftentimes they would shake hands after and be like, "Oh, that was good. You really got me with that one, haha." And sometimes they would fucking hate each other, But they all and would like have year-long rivalries, just be stewing in hatred for each other. And at the end of the day, everybody who participated consented. And so it would be kind of weird for me to show up and be like, "Guys, music should be about love. Like, why aren't we listening to Bob Marley?" Or like, "It should be about politics and be progressive. Why aren't we listening to System of a Down?" Right? And be like, "Yeah, cool. Those are great. Get the fuck out of here." Like, that's not what this space is for. So it's not really my place to go into people's spaces or whatever and tell them how they can and can't act. But on the other hand, since Naruto is something that means a lot to me, and I do think it has a strong message of like tolerance and acceptance and peace, it feels like a disrespect to like I said, to the ethos of the manga. Weird to say that because at the end of the day, it's a manga about people beating the shit out of each other, but it's about people beating the shit out of each other in pursuit of peace and love. Is the thing. So maybe if something good comes out of it, I guess. Yeah, I think Burnt Toast did start that fight, wasn't it? He was like, oh yeah, I remember this the stream. Like, Jay invited him on to bury the hatchet. I don't even remember why they were fighting, but Jay was like, "Hey, let's clear this up and let's go back to being friendly." And Noodles was like, "How about you go fuck right off?" And then I think Jay at one point was like, "Hey, I could beat your ass, right?" And Noodles was like, or Burnt Toast was like, "Well, prove it." And then it kind of just went on from there. So I don't know. There's so much that went on there that I just like, I don't have the stomach for the YouTube drama. I just know the gist of it, and that's all I'm ever gonna know. It's just, why can't we all just get along, man? It's Naruto. Anyway, Konakun also says, "Sangai means universe. Don't know if that would help." It might actually help. Yeah, it might come up. That being said, I'm kind of closing in on the 4-hour mark here, I think, and so I'll probably be wrapping it up pretty soon. Let me just, actually, yeah, I'm gonna cut myself off because if I start playing it again, like I'm gonna start, talking about more stuff, and it'll never end. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody who stopped by. Thank you for all of the engagement and the positivity and the support. It really does mean a lot. I know I've been a bit more spicy over the past couple of streams, mostly because of my fucking headache and cough, but also because I think I'm just like starting to lose patience a little bit with the hostility. There's one thing about being like, well, I think that Kakuzu beats up all the Bichu, and so he's the strongest in the universe and he's the best, you guys. Be like, okay, that's one thing. But then being like, taking somebody else's work and not crediting them and then changing some of the words to fabricate an argument is just like really shitty. Taking your friends' calcs and then like misrepresenting what those calcs are and making them look stupid while you do it is just not cool. And the more time I spent with it, the more I'm like, it's gone beyond the arguments themselves. It's gone beyond just the fiction of it all. It's starting to really irritate me. But I'm still having a lot of fun. Like, on the deep down, this is all just super fun for me. I like complaining about things. I like nitpicking things and doing deep analysis, of course. So I hope you guys will stick with me. A little bit slower today, but I do think we can get the video done in maybe 2 more streams, especially since basically the first third of this video is about establishing the universal stuff. Then there's a chunk about the Otsutsuki and the 10 Tails, which I've already done quite a bit of research for. It should be easy enough to go through. And then the last third of the video is just going over like the summaries of the Naruto movies. And I've watched them all recently, and I have notes. I just need to spruce those up. So I think we'll be good to go for next time. So yeah, let me check up real quick on comments here. And Howard says, Burnt Toast got Clyde to change a deal behind Jay's back. Oh dear. And found out it was going to expose him, but he wanted to make peace, and Toast didn't care for that. Oh, I see. Burnt will post all his homies' pages, but never support his rivals beyond making fun of them in any capacity. Yeah, that's a shame. The video. Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, like, I remember he was like, his intro was like, "Yes, I beat Swag Kage. I'm ready for war. You can't handle my heat." And I posted like a little comment saying, "Hey, I think that maybe you made a little mistake here. It's not a big deal, but you can go look up the definition of this word. It's a little bit different." He just like flew off the handle. I'm like, "Oh, ready for war, huh? Okay. I don't. That's not what I'm interested in." So anyway, hopefully you guys found some of that enjoyable. Thank you for your patience with the coughing and the little tangents here or there. I had a lot of fun as usual. I hope you did too. Next Thursday, continuing on with the Dark Souls 2 streams. I think we've got 2 or 3 left. We're getting pretty close to the end. Got the Undead Crypt, we got Aldia's Keep, we got the Dragon Eyrie and the Giant's Memories, so that might be 2 more streams, maybe maybe a couple more, but maybe I'll make the streams a little bit longer just to kind of wrap up, and then maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now I'll be doing the Dark Souls 2 music stream, which I'm super looking forward to. Been listening to a lot of the Dark Souls 2 soundtrack as well as Bloodborne. Oh my god, I'm so in love with the Bloodborne soundtrack. I want to do a stream at some point talking about the music and that as well. And as for Naruto, yeah, look forward to next time more discussion of this. We're going to be going over on the next stream the Otsutsuki. We're going to be talking about the differences between like the God Tree and the 10 Tails and Kaguya, and talking about like the creation of all things as a jutsu and things like that. Continuing to go through this video. Still got some good content here to last us a little while. And then I'll be curious any suggestions you guys might have for other things. I saw quite a few people on the poll had posted that they'd like completely different as one of the options for things to cover in the future. So let me know what you'd like to see. I have a couple of kooky ideas, but I work very well when I have prompts, when I have suggestions. So yeah, please let me know. After this video, you should react to NC Hammer's The Strongest Person in Naruto video, because that's the video where he said that legendary line that Hagoromo was... Okay, I'm going to add that to my... let me do that right now, actually. Top 50 strongest Naruto characters ranked and explained? Or who is the strongest person in Naruto? I'll put them both on my watch later. Want to join that next part in PC? Yeah, so I think what I'll do then, if people want to have a next part, is I'll probably let's see, I'll probably start by focusing on the video for like the first 2/3 of the stream, and then we can have like a discussion group afterwards, so to speak. I think that'll just kind of help me stay focused, but then also me focus on the conversation as well. Oh, you're glad that Kakuzu's video review arc is over? Well, my friend, hang on a second. So remember how that that one 50-minute video took us 3 months to get through? Guess what? I don't know if you were here when I first started. I think you joined pretty early, I think. But yeah, before we went on to the Brutal Honesty video, we had gotten here. We gotten up to here in this video. So we still have a long way to go. Honestly, like initially I had decided that like I wanted to make sure I got through all this, but what I might do, rather than doing the whole fucking thing, is I might listen to it on my own and make like a little highlights reel. And basically, if we've already gone through most of the stuff in this video, I won't rehash it and do it all over again. But what I'll be like is like, oh, here's an interesting like debate highlight moment, right? Here's how Weeaboo Warrior countered this argument, and I think that was a good thing to learn from. Or here's, you know, a topic that we haven't talked about, like the Kakuzu resisting Genjutsu stuff. We haven't talked about that yet. Or we could just, oh, well, this explains a lot. No comment. Okay, never mind. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, yeah, that's it for me. I'm gonna head out in a second. Yes, that was just the preview. That was just the trailer. Now we're actually starting the Kakuzu saga. No, I need a break from Kakuzu stuff. I love it. There's still a lot to talk about, but I think everybody could use a break. So, all good, man. Thanks again for everything. I'm gonna head out, but yeah, take care, everybody. Have a good night.